Yeah, by the way, hello, I'm here. Um, I was drinking a lot, so I might actually have to go to the bathroom. I know I need to get another water bottle, cause that is one thing I forgot to do, but honestly, I could do both at the same time. Cause I usually, like, go to the bathroom in less than 3 minutes, and I play a 3-minute ad, so, you know, it worked. But yeah. I don't know why this Emu likes me more than the other one. It literally lets me do something with my controller, like to switch the screens. Like, I don't know, this Emu it's cool, it loves me. I love this Emu. But let me go over here so we can talk for a little bit. Hello. I am here. I think. But fuck. Okay, so those of you who were here before, like, the tweet got famous, you're probably wondering why I'm playing this.
There you go, have a head pat.
And not Coliseum again. Who we're so to get. Yeah, that too. You're back from the ads. Hello. But yeah, those of you who were here before the tweet got famous, you're probably wondering why I'm playing this and not Coliseum. The reason is, I found Coliseum boring a little bit. so yeah. That's why. And yeah, that's why. That's literally why I found Coliseum a little bit boring. Maybe I stopped like right before it got good, but I don't know. Like after 4 hours of just doing the same thing over and over, it was kind of eh. And I was talking about this with a friend, and they're like, you know, there's a reason why no one really glazes Coliseum, and you know, now I see why. But you know, Platinum is one of the most glazed Pokemon games, so I'm probably gonna have fun. I do like the mainline Pokemon games more, I've realized. Just even though this is like my first time playing them, I really do like them. Like they're, I don't know. I wish I grew up with them. I wish I wasn't poor. But you know, whatever. I'm gonna go here. I love Pokemon. That's it. That's really it. I love Pokemon. Yeah, Pokemon. Look at this. It's Pokemon. Oh wait, you know what I just realized? That's what I realized. Okay, there we go. There we go. You gotta hear Mr. Pokemon Rangers. Did you play Pokemon fan games? I suck at Pokemon. That's why. That's why I'm playing this instead. Also, tell me if the game's too loud. By the way, it probably is. But yeah. I don't know. Like, look, see, I can switch the screen with like a press of my button. Like, I don't know. I love that it lets me do this. I don't know why it lets me do this, but it lets me do this. But yeah, I don't know. I just need to play more Pokemon games. I want to play all of them. I need to play every single Pokemon game. Because Pokemon. I just want to play more Pokemon. I don't know. I love Pokemon. You know, like, I don't know. I'm realizing that I love Pokemon. You don't clown around a lot, you'll have this. I mean, I usually don't have trouble with Pokemon until like the end, so yeah. I guess we'll see. Oh my god, wait, what am I gonna name myself? I don't know what I'm gonna name myself. Wait, I know what I'm gonna name my Pokemon, but I don't know what I'm gonna name myself. I didn't think this through. My favorite starter is Popplio? No, actually, my favorite starter is a fire one. Deltarune right now? I can't do Deltarune. As you for your birthday? I don't think so. Welcome to the world of Pokemon again. Oh my god, finally a professor that doesn't look like a chud. Everyone just calls me the Pokemon professor. Before I go any further, is this your first adventure? If you need advice, no. I know how to do things. I think. Yeah, I played Heart Gold. Actually, I played Soul Silver, but whatever. Oh, I need to do this. Here you go. Oh my god, Baniri. What are you gonna do with that? Oh no. Oh my god, get away from me. Oh my god, you're worse than a Red Gooner. Get away from me. What are you doing to that? Wait, I didn't know what you had. I think I'm a girl. I don't know though. But I think I am. Well, I don't know my name. You know what? This is the first thing that popped in my head, so I'm just gonna go with it. One of these days, I'm gonna use my actual name maybe, but I don't know. There you go, that's me. Yeah, that's my name. There you go. Have my name. That's my name. So you're so ass the fine name that is now. This boy here, I believe he's your friend. I don't know what his name is. Actually, I'm used to calling him Barry, so I'm gonna call him Barry. I watched the anime, if you couldn't tell. That's all I watched was the anime, if you couldn't tell. I think this is the era of Pokemon I'm most familiar with, like this onwards, except for the newer ones. It kind of falls off after X and Y actually. So the DS era is like the one I'm most used to. I say that, but then I'm gonna get to Black and White 2, and I don't know anything about Black and White 2, so basically I only know like 3 games. Which is crazy. Pokemon are by your side always. I hope you'll understand the meaning of those words. Whoa, he left somewhere. But I don't know, it's cool. I love Black and White. I can't wait to play Black and White, actually. That's the one I'm most excited for, is Black and White. Like, I can't wait for Black and White, actually. Brought to you by Jubilife TV on Nationwide Net. See you next time. Yeah, TV. Thank you. Bye. Why are you a stalker? Why are you in my house? Go away. I don't want to talk to you. I wanted to go to my settings actually, and then you didn't let me. Bro, and you're checking my piece. Bro, he needs to die. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. Bye. How do I check my settings? Oh, I can't check my settings right now. I can't change anything. Oh, this kind of sucks. It's actually kind of... Wait. Why are you doing this to me? Go away, please. Are you gonna give me something? You know how impatient Barry is? He took out before I could even ask what it was about. Oh, okay, bye. Oh, wait, can you... Don't go to talk grass while Pokemon might attack you? Oh, wait, yeah, I'm poor. Yeah, bye. I don't got the Mons. I wish I had the Mons, but I don't got the Mons. I'm gonna go in here. Hello, where am I? What do you have? Did you hear the Pokemon press return the next time over? They say, whatever you about to... Yeah, Pokemon. I want a Pokemon. I know what I'm gonna name it. I don't know what I was gonna name myself. That means I care more about the Pokemon, you know? Twin Leaf Town. Barry's house. What? What does he have? Oh. Oh my god, thanks for the bits.
Have a slice.
Wow, am I blessing it for you, Paige? Cause I'm cool. I guess. Awesome Pokemon. But yeah, thanks for the bits. I'm going to see Restaurant and you should come too, and quickly. Bye. I can't believe I got bits. I forgot how to talk on stream, I'm gonna be real. Cause when was the last time I actually had to do it without a multiplayer game? I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. I better check my bag and journal too. Oh hey, I'll be waiting on the road. It's a 10-minute fine if you're late. You know, I kinda wanna kill him. Actually. I'm being so for real. I want him dead. I don't know why, but like, as soon as I met him, I just wanted to kill him. It's something about him. I didn't mean to press that button, but I pressed that button. You know, I'll jump scare you again. There you go. You get jump scared by the bottom screen, idiot. I can't run! This sucks too. I know I can't run! Hello, hello. Don't go to grass right? No worries, no problem. Doesn't matter that we don't have any Pokemon. Trust me on this one, I got an idea. You know how wild Pokemon jump out when you go into tall grass? Yeah? So what you do is you scoot over to the next patch of grass before anyone... Oh, okay. But I need to run. I need someone to teach me how to run. Hello? Who's talking to me? Hold it. Oh, it's you. Okay. If you don't seem to have any Pokemon between you, then what is the meaning of going into the tall grass? I don't know. You tell me. I don't know anything. Hey, so it's this old guy. It's Professor Rowan, isn't it? What's he doing here? I don't know anything. Try going to tall grass just because they wanted Pokemon. What to do? The road will surely change if they were to meet Pokemon. Is it right for me to put them on that path? Bro, this is life-changing. I don't know. I guess I do. I guess I love my Pokemon. I don't know. This is life-changing. What do I do? Yeah, I guess. Oh, okay. Wait, I said I love I love Pokemon. Okay, there we go. I was wondering what was happening. Like, I said I love Pokemon, and then they were like, no, you don't. And I was like, what the fuck? I said I did. So I was like, okay, what the fuck? I do. Whatever. Yeah, whatever. Can you leave me alone? Oh. You're different people. What the fuck? I didn't know that. Okay, I thought you were like... What? Okay, you know, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. You know, I said I knew the most about the DS Pokemon. That was a lie. I lied for fun. As usual. As usual. Yep. That's what I do. Give me my Pokemon. I know what I want. I know what I want. I don't want that one. Yeah, I want this one. Give me that one. Fuck the other one. Why would you choose Piplup, bro? Why would you do that? No, I want both, actually. I mean, I don't care about Turtwig, but the other two I care about, you know, so it's fine. I hope I don't run into anything dramatic, you know? I like that, yeah, whatever, too, so stern and scary, yep, whatever. What are you doing? You both got Pokemon now, there's only one thing to do, right? Are you up for it? I guess. I don't know what you want me to do. Oh, you want me to kill you? Okay, I can do that. You know, this is what I wanted to do from the start, so this is fine. Oh shit, wait, my team sucks. My team sucks, I only have one Pokemon. Oh fuck. Wait. Wait, don't do this to me. I mastered you, fuck you. I did nothing. The battery guy looks weird. It actually looks really weird. Wait, what the fuck? That's crazy. Why does it look so weird? Why are you doing more damage to me? Can I get a crit? Okay. Oh wait, you're letting me win. Oh my god, you fool! I'm doing nothing. Bro. I'm gonna lose the first fight. I was worried this will happen. And I'm doing nothing. Ouch. I just need to hit you twice. Yeah, I just need to hit you twice. And then I win. Let me just hit you twice, please. Yeah, let me hit you twice. Thank you. Yippee. I'm so worried. Every single time. Did I level up? Oh my god. Yippee. I'm so good at this game. I'm actually so good at this game. I don't know what to tell you. I'm so good at Pokemon. I don't know what to say. I'm just so good at Pokemon. Okay, bye Pokemon. Why am I back here? I don't want to be here. What's the matter? I don't fucking know. Yeah, I killed him. Imagine if you didn't, I wouldn't like to think what the wild Pokemon might have done to you too. What do you mean by that? Sand Jam, now that you have your Pokemon Pokemon shouldn't be. Okay, bye. Oh, I know, put these on. Oh my god, finally! Wait, can I put on. Can I. Hi Kuja, how's it going? Can I. Wait. I know how to run, please. I just want to go to the setting. Can I go to settings now? I can! Oh my god. Fast. On... I guess. I still don't know what that means. Wait, what's 2? Oh. These are kind of boring. Okay, now they're not boring. Wait, I like these two. I do that one. I didn't have to check. Yeah, that's just the one I need. Okay, bye. Stop talking to me! I don't care about you. Specifically you. It's actually just you. Actually, yeah, what's over here? Probably nothing. It wants me to go in the other thing. Oh yeah, no, I don't go there yet. Okay, yeah, I hate this guy. This guy fucking sucks. I said the lake's not that way. Oh wait, I had to go to the lake. Okay. I thought you wanted me to go to the tutorial models. Thank you. Sorry, I can't say anything. I can't read. I'm so overwhelmed by reading. You know? And this guy just keeps talking to me and I don't like him. Oh, this guy I do like. The flowing time, the expanding space, I'll make it all mine one day. Cyrus is my name, remember it. Until then, sleep while you can in your Pokemon in the lake bed. Words are dumb, real. Real. Allow me to pass, step aside. Damn, we could just say please, I guess. What's that about, weird guy? Okay, let's catch a legendary Pokemon. Wait, what the hell? What are we doing? Did you hear that, Celeste? That was a legendary Pokemon crying. That had to be it. This is our chance. Let's catch it. Deltarune today? Deltarune is today. Too bad I can't play it until... I don't know. Tuesday, I think. Racing person to press 11 is Sandgem Town rule. Yeah, whatever. I hate that this guy talks to me. All the time. He just keeps yapping, you know, and I don't like it. Uh oh. I get out to murder. Abadoo. When I Pokemon game that, we can tell you the wrong info on. True, actually. I am getting one guide. I don't actually, I'm gonna kill this guy. I need him! But I can't catch him! Bro, he's gonna be so important too! That's the shitty part. Bidoof is actually so important, but I can't get it yet. Oh, I have to go over there. Are you a trainer? No? Okay. I'm just kinda assuming everyone's a trainer, you know? I don't know why. No, I need this too. Except this one's actually important. Damn, fuck you, bro. What's the Pokemon naming thing? I don't know, because it didn't let me nickname the Chimchar. Which is weird, actually. It just let me take it, but it didn't let me nickname it. I just realized that. Huh. Why did it let me do that? What the fuck? At least I'm level 7 now, and I learned the fire move. But yeah, that's weird. Why didn't it let me? Whatever. What do you say? There's one way jump down. Okay. When can I nickname my Pokemon? Can you let me nickname my Pokemon? I want to nickname my Pokemon. We'll nickname it later. I see. We'll just go ahead and... I guess you'll find out later then. Oh, it's you. That old guy's not scary as much as he's totally out there. Doesn't matter, so I'm out of here. See you later. I hate him. I want him dead. Let's go win. I also want to nickname my Pokemon. And that's all I care about. Look who's here. So West, was it? Let's have a look at your Pokemon. This Pokemon seems to be rather happy. It's so happy. Oh, there we go. I can give it a nickname now. Okay. The theming... The theming is cities. That is the theme. Hi, Cohen. How's it going? And yeah, I guess, when I first saw you two about to step into the tall grass without Pokemon, I was shocked. I was surrounded by these foolhardy children. But now astounded me in an entirely different way. Pokemon. I love you, Pokemon. That's what he's saying. Am I glad you're kind towards Pokemon? If you weren't, well, I don't even want to think about it. Pokemon. Pokemon. I'm gonna let you straight. Monkey! I love Monkey, I love Pokemon. My name is Rowan, Pokemon Monkey. Yeah, I want to collect Pokemon. Give me Pokedex. Here. Collect Pokemon, thank you. Yep, that's what they always say. Collect Pokemon. That's all they say. I gotta sing. You know, I put the text speed on fast. And this is still so slow. Pokemon, adventure, Pokemon, build Pokedex. I'm working to. Yeah, bye. Is it? Yeah, it's on fast. Oh my god. Hi, how are you? I'm doing good. Hello. Pokemon. Fast Pokemon. Pokemon. I said good here, you should take this. What the hell? Are there spoon Pokemon? I think there are. That's a T. I know. A return. Glad you give me one of the best double battle moves in the game. That's crazy. Why would you do that? I don't know anything about Pokemon or speed typing. I am. Because all of this is basically just a tutorial, and that's why I don't care. Pokemon Center, here you can buy shit. You can buy Pokeballs, and only Pokeballs. Oh, I just realized why you're asking why you're spoon Pokemon. You know, that's... You know, that's, You know, at least you know what you like, I guess. For context, Twitch chat, there's someone in my TikTok chat named I Fuck Spoons, and they're asking if there's spoon Pokemon. And honestly, I kinda fuck with it, I don't know. I'm gonna buy Pokemon. Thank you. No, fuck you. I don't care about healing anything. Why is my Twitch chat doing this? I don't know if I kinda like glitches out sometimes where I can't read it anymore. And so I kinda had to tab out and scroll down just cause it scrolls up and it pauses there and it kinda sucks. But you know, whatever. I'm gonna go back and catch the 2 Pokemon I want. One is important for my team and the other one is kind of a slave, so yeah. Like I said, Diamond Pearl is like the Pokemon game I know a lot of. So I know what like the good team is for Infernape, I guess. After having this suit and could yet to look like you. Millions. I think. Please don't die. You know, I think I could just catch you right now, right? Maybe. Maybe. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I was gonna say, if I have bad luck right now, I swear to God. But I don't. I never have bad luck. No, bad luck doesn't exist to me, because they were making originally foreign groups, however they bickered the group goes too big. Yeah, Monkey? Yeah, Monkey. I love Monkey. Okay, since you're actually gonna be on my team, and I don't think I'm gonna get everyone on my team at once, actually. Or in one stream, I should say. Your name is New York. I can't find anything, though. Where's Decay? There it is. There you go, New York. New York the bird! And now I need one more thing. Will I find it? No, probably not. Monkey? Oh, Infernape? I love Infernape. Actually, I don't know. Infernape's not my favorite final starter Evo. But like, to be fair, I don't know. It is just Goku, I guess. Like, it's literally just Goku. I need it! Why can't I find it? I thought it was like a common spawn. What the fu- I thought it was a common spawn. Maybe it's in the other grass. I don't fucking know. I'm gonna kill you. Die, thank you. Okay, and now I see why people say this game is slow. I'm now seeing why it's slow. Okay, where did I found it in this grass. Yeah, maybe it's in this grass. I don't know though. I swear if I find it, bro. I'm pretty sure it's just this root. Like, I don't think the grass matters. I think it's just this root. I don't know how I didn't kill you. But whatever. It's the first stream. And I already can't find a Bidoof. I can't find a fucking Bidoof. Like, you know how insane that is? I can't find a Bidoof. I guess I don't have to worry. I don't know. Bidoof is like everywhere, right? Oh, well, there it is. Like I said, first stream, I can't find a fucking Bidoof. You know how insane that is? You know, like, how much of a bad omen that is? For everything? Like, for literally everything? Do you know how much of a bad omen that is? 2, 3... Okay. I'm not gonna name it Justin Bieber. I know what I'm gonna name it. It's a totally original name, like Justin Bieber. But I want to name it this. Because I never played this game, but it's such an original name. Whoa, look at my original name, yeah. I'm so original. Okay, I will go now. Boo. Okay, here you go. I don't know when I get HMs, but you know, hopefully it's soon. So I can do things. Bye! And, should I buy things? I think I should buy things. Thanks for the head pat. Sand in town. What are you doing here? Wait, are you gonna give me a tutorial on how to catch Pokemon? Dude, so you're friendly and helping the professor, but you didn't, did you? I know that you're eager to see all kinds of Pokemon, you should make your whatever. What? I had to go to my mom. Oh my god. Oh my you know what, whatever, I'm just gonna... Here we go. Yep, there we go. New York can do something, I guess. What do I do? Town of Sand. I love Town of Sand. Oh, there's an item here. Whoa, I needed this actually. Cause I never buy antidotes until like it's too late. But what about your dad? My dad is dead, I think. I don't know where he is. Only one game I played so far had a dad. Why do I gotta go down here? You know, now I see why everyone says it's slow, this game. I'm seeing now, like, everything. I'm understanding. Are you my mom? Oh, you are. What is it? Wow, Professor won't ask you to do something that big. Okay, there you go for it. Your mom's got your back. I've got something that you'll find useful. Journal. Can I save now? What it is? It keeps record of a daily event? Oh. Wow, okay. You're not alone. You have your Pokemon with you. I wish I could go instead. I'll be right by myself, so you go and enjoy your adventure. They'll come back sometimes. I won't do that. Who the fuck is this? Barry's mom. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, they must have left already. What to do? That boy shouted about going on an adventure, then he bolted. He's so headstrong and reckless, at least I wanted him to take this. After race to west, we'll deliver that to... yeah, whatever, bye. Can I have that instead? I don't think he deserves that. I think I deserve that. No, he doesn't deserve... I'm gonna steal it. He doesn't deserve anything. I hate him. Why is my controller doing that to me? I need to change this so bad. I need a new one. How many times have I said this? I need a new controller. And I don't change it. Going to get milk and never return. True. Oh, I found a Bidoof. Thanks for the head pat. Can a Starly kill a level 2 Bidoof? I can't do it. Okay, bye, bye. That's good, hello. I am killing Pokemon. I'm about to see if a level 3 Starly can kill a level 2 Bidoof. Oh my god, it can! Let's go! Okay, so about Mega Staraptor, am I right, guys? Lol. To any of those who play competitive Pokemon, am I right, guys? LaBelle? I just realized it didn't fucking level up. What the fuck? What? Oh my god. No, not him, not him, not him, anyone but him. Yeah, what about Mega Staraptor? Am I right, guys? Or am I right? Bro, my luck's already this bad and I'm just starting. Like, what do I do about this? What do I do about this? It's like it switches every single Pokemon game where like one game it's good, the other game it's not, then the other game it's good again, and then yeah, I don't know why it does this. Like Fire Red, my luck was so bad. And then in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, my luck was so good. And in Emerald, it was kind of 50-50 actually. Emerald wasn't that bad. And then this one again, it's like, what the fuck? It's so bad. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why it does this. But yeah, about Mega Staraptor, am I right? Or am I right? LaMao? Did any of you even play competitive Pokemon? Like, I don't know. I'm just kinda curious. Oh, you had the Pokemon weak to me? What the hell? Why does Barry have the one strong to me? Barry's kinda useless, I don't know. Cause like, I don't know if you... Like, I only know about this because of my partner. She plays competitive Pokemon. But, in Pokemon Champions, Mega Staraptor is basically a terrorist right now. And every team is running a Mega Staraptor. So yeah. It's Clan Moretti. I don't know what that means. But yeah, that's what it is. That's what I mean. Apparently Staraptor is good. I mean, I knew that, but I didn't know how good Staraptor was. I just knew Staraptor was good, I didn't know how good. But, you know, too bad I can't Mega Evolve, or else, you know, I can make mine a terrorist too. I'd want to do that. If I knew how to, like, you know, do anything with Pokemon stats, I would. I would make my Pokemon terrorists. But I don't. I don't. I know, like, very basic shit about Pokemon. So yeah. That's the bad thing. Like, I'm above average on Pokemon, just not that good. Oh, you're gonna get fucked, bro. I'm sorry. I told you! Oh wait, no, that was the other one. Oh my god. Right, of course you'd go before me. I'm gonna have to switch again. I just want you to get experience, I don't know. That's all I want. And it's not happening. You know, I get so into Pokemon, I don't know. I think it's just something about Pokemon. I didn't want to run. I pressed the up button. Okay, there we go. What the hell? Why is nothing dying in one hit? Oh my god, my Pokemon are bad. That's crazy. Okay, at least it can level up. Oh, you both leveled up. Yippee! Oh my god, I'm so good at this game. I'm so good at this game, I'm leveling up. Oh my god, I'm over leveled. Let's see how long this lasts. It won't last that long. Greater 2? Yeah, whatever, bye. You're gonna fight me. What the hell? I did nothing. I'm gonna kill you. Oh, Bidoof. Okay, can my level 4 Starly kill a level 5 Bidoof? Let's go. Can this happen? Bro, I don't... Why is your attack so bad, actually? Wait. I might need another one. I'm being so for real. I might need another one. I need to look at its nature, maybe. I'm saying that like I know what the natures do. Besides stat bus and debus. But I don't know which specific ones, you know? That's what I mean. My attack bow? I think a scratch could still kill him, right? Maybe? Yeah? Okay, I got a crit anyway, okay. Yeah, fuck your boof. Yeah, fuck your shit. Oh my god, quick attack! Oh my, wait, it's so powerful now. Oh my god, it's gonna be the best Staraptor I've ever seen. That's not true. Actually, no, it will be true. I'm gonna make it true. How do I check? I wanna see what your shit is. Bray? Okay, wait. Can I? That's good. Kinda. I mean, I don't know what else you can learn, but whatever, bye. Immediately, bro. Oh my god. Oh, now I'm finding Bidoofs. Okay, you know what? Maybe I should've just, like, waited. I don't know. Oh, fuck, wait. Oh, this kinda sucks. Wait, I need to heal you. I didn't realize how low you were. Okay, whatever. I mean, to be fair, you can't even handle anything on your own right now. Maybe you will soon, just not now. Everyone's killing me. When do you fucking evolve, bruh? When do you fucking evolve? Not now, that's not... Not now. Oh, I went the wrong way. Oh my fucking god, bruh. Do I even have... No. Oh my, I should've bought potions. I knew I should've bought potions. Oh my god, bruh. You know what? Whatever. I'll kill him. Not with New York, but with Beijing. That's what'll happen. Burmy. Oh wait, yeah, Burmy will actually like, yeah, whatever. Burmy will actually die to this. Okay. Easy. I thought easy. Fuck you. Easy. Yeah. Kill that bitch. Yeah. Burmy was in this game? I know Burmy originated from this game. You know, that's to say, I know Pokemon, I just don't know where they came from. You know? Like Burmy. I thought, I don't know. Actually, it makes sense that Burmy... I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna kill myself. Why? You know what? Kill him. Do it now. Oh my god, wait. Wait, you can actually kill him. Wait, you're goated. You're goated now. All you needed to do was level up. What the fuck, you're not goated. Oh wait, you lowered my attack, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Kill him. Kill him now. Thank you. I got a crit when I didn't need it. Thank you. Yeah. Oh my god, bruh. That is insane. Did I fight this guy? I saw an item, I wanted it. Should I just run? This guy's gonna kill me. No. Never back down. I can one-shot. Goodbye, New York. I love you. Oh my god. Oh my god. New York hangs on. Oh my god. Wait, New York. You know, calling the cities is actually really fucking stupid and I love it. But oh my god. Yes! Oh my god, the Bidoofs are killing me! Level 9, let's go. I don't know when you evolve, but yeah, let's go. You can make fun of people now. Oh, and I have a potion that I'm gonna use immediately. Just to fight this guy. Potion. Use potion. Potion. Thank you. Thank you for the potion. I love the potion. Can I fight you? Oh no. I wasted my potion. Oh my god. Hey, so it's time to Pokemon Recon. I think you should catch some more. It might be more of a challenge using a lot of Pokemon. So first hit, the more Pokemon you have, the happier you'll be. And it's right, don't you think it's better to know more about Pushers? It's a great place to come on and follow me. Yep. He talks fast. That's how he talks. That guy, what's he doing? I don't know, he's being weird. He shouldn't do that. He shouldn't do- What? How did you know? How do you unmask me as a member of the International Police? What? Are you kidding? I was just making small talk. Hey, you claim you're only making conversation, do you? But I know better not to believe that. No. You recognized right away that I was someone extraordinary. That's why you spoke to me. Is it not? You power of observation is fearsome. Quite admirable you are. Now that my cover has been blown, let me introduce myself. I am a globe-trotting elite of the International Police. He's Interpol for some reason. My code name, it is Looker. It is what they call me. Incidentally, it is the saying, don't be a thief, familiar to you? No. They could not know it? How could that be? Perhaps your mama has said it, but you have forgotten it, like usual. Now listen, my friends, is it wrong to take what belongs to others? Unfortunately, there are apparently those who not heed those words. Incident, in fact, are criminals stealing the Pokemon of others. I had therefore been on the lookout for killers arousing my suspicion. Incidentally, you're traitors. Yes, perhaps you can make use of this. Well, thank you. You talk too much, but thank you. Please stop talking to me. I don't care. I request if you're to see me again, I ask that you not talk to me, for I am on duty. Okay. Not only because I'm lonely, no, you must inform me of bad guys? Okay. Bye. Please stop speaking to me. I'm gonna drink my water. Here you are, just a trainer. I don't need to go to school. Fuck you. I don't need to go to school. I need to heal my Pokemon. I've played these games before. Okay, here we go. I got all the Pokemon I could have. All the Pokemon that I need. I got them. I got my Mons, you know? But after that, I don't know what to do. All I know is I got my Mons. I guess I'll go in here. I have to. I don't want to. Oh, item! Okay. That's cool, I guess. If I'm, like, severely underleveled and I don't know, sweat. I don't know how to sweat, whatever. Fuck you. No. Oh, yeah, that's what right. I forgot I needed to talk to you. I'm glad I don't need to. Here, you take one. Thank you. I needed this. I needed everything. I don't know. There's a gym what gym is it? I don't know the gyms in this game. I played BDSP and that was so long ago. I don't remember. Actually, this game feels different. I don't know. What am I doing? Hello? I'm trying to Pokemon my buddy. Okay. That's cool. What? You call yourself a Pokemon trainer? You have no Yeah? That is Pokemon or Pokédex for sure. Oh, wait. No. Oh my god, so much tutorials. So many tutorials. The 3 clowns will each ask you to school. The question will have to do with Pokemon. After all, Pokédex. Oh, okay. Collect a coupon from each clown. I found one. It's me. Yeah. Oh, bro, it's me. I can't believe I found me. Oh my god. Wait, yeah, this guy is literally just me. What the fuck? Why are they me? Why do they look like me? Why are they like this? I need potions, but why do they look like me? I don't understand. Why do they look like me? They even have my nose and stuff. Hello. Okay, that was one clown. Is this a clown? Smiley face, hello. Oh wait, this is a clown. Focus campaign, let's roll out. Can a Pokemon hold? Yes. Yo, hello. Everyone's saying hello. I found a clown that looks like me. Know what we should do together? What? Pokemon? I love Pokemon. Where's the other clown? You should still look at the video I posted. You posted a video? I doing it as luck? No, this is my first time playing the game ever. I just said yes, I didn't even see the question. Why do I have so many DNs? Wait, why do I actually have so many DNs? I turned off DNs. So what's the video you posted? Oh, I don't think I can watch this. Sorry. Damn, Brett, someone wants to goon so bad. You gotta do that. Not here. You gotta do that elsewhere. It's not here. Okay. Who did I talk to? Was it you? No. I'm gonna move it. No, I can't. I just can't watch it. That's why. I just can't watch it. Did I talk to you? Okay, yeah. And whichever needs to come out, yep, thank you. I gotta watch. Hell yeah. I got that one, bro. I can't watch videos on stream because, I don't know. I just don't like doing it. Wait, what can I do with the shit? It has a calculator? Wait, it counts my steps? That's insane. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'll just keep it there. Yeah, I'll just keep it there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm leaving. Bye. But yeah, I don't know. I just can't watch videos on stream. I just, I don't know. I don't like it. I really just don't like it. That's why I don't do it. It also doesn't help that I don't know what the video could be. I mean, I'm not saying I don't trust you, it's just like, you know, if someone else does it, I feel like I had to do it for everyone. It's just like, you know, it's weird. I don't know. It sucks. Can this guy fucking die? Please, I just want to level up my Starling, please. What the hell? Why is my Starling almost dead? I don't need you to see it now, just whenever. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can watch it later. If I remember. I probably won't remember. I'm gonna warn you right now. It leveled up twice? Oh my god. Well, New York is cool now. They were telling me to move to... Oh, no. There's... I'm talking to TikTok chats because someone's trolling. The lion be your favorite? Shinx? I don't really like Shinx or Luxray. I think it's just because it looks cool, but it sucks. I think that's why I hate it. Cause like, it looks so cool, but it sucks. I don't even, there's not a good electric. Actually, no, there is. What am I saying? I was gonna say there's not a good electric type in Sinnoh, but fucking Magnezone exists. It was introduced in this game. And that just would have been wrong. That just would have been wrong. Yeah, that's also the thing, is like, Shinx exists in the same game where Magnezone exists. Emolga. Emolga's not that good either, though. Like, compared to Magnezone. I mean... Like, Magnezone is just too good, I don't know. They really just made, like, a super good Pokemon. And made it still electric type. Wait, no, Pachirisu. Was Pachirisu Sinnoh? I thought it was the next game. Pachirisu is good too. I forgot what the Pikachu clone was in this game. I forgot what it was too. I don't have Surf. I can't do anything. Bye. Wait, do I get the mons that I want? I don't want Shinx though, because Shinx fucking sucks. Wait, when do I get... I'm gonna have to look this up. No, this is gonna suck. Oh, it is here. Okay, I knew there was something here. I just didn't know what. But it's so what I need. need him. What the fuck? I need him. That's not what I need. You know, Wurmple's cool though. I love Wurmple. You know, I'm gonna catch the Wurmple. I'm not gonna use it, but I just wanna catch it. If I don't kill it. I almost killed it. No, don't do that. I just love Wurmple. It's my favorite worm. I love my worm. I love this worm. I don't know what I'm gonna name it. Someone give me a name for Wurmple that I'm not gonna use. This shit is going in the box. And that's all it's doing. But yeah, someone give me a name. I'm attacking my bird Pokemon is resisted by releasing poison from its tail spikes. I need a name for this shit. Yeah, I don't know what to name it. New York for New York. Cat food. You know, fine. I like that one more, I guess. Just cause it's kinda out there. Like I said, this shit's going straight in the box. I'm not using it, but... what route am I on? What's its name? Cities. Where am I? How do I check where I am? Wait, actually, how do I check where I am? I wanna see what route I'm on. I don't see a map button. Oh my god, another fucking Wurmple. I don't need this shit. I don't need this shit. But I think this is the route I need, right? Hang on. Hang on. I need to see. I need to see. Okay, Route 204. I think this is Route 204. It is, okay. But first, let me put my shit in the box. Cause that shit, like I said, is going in the box. This Pokemon's like common too, so I don't know why I'm having a hard time finding it. I'm only finding Wurmple. And I don't want this Wurmple. No, I don't want this Wurmple. Wait, they made the boxes good? Oh my god, they're not slow anymore. Oh my god, but the whole game is slow to make up for it. What the fuck? But yeah, I don't know. Fuck you. I don't want... I need to find it. It's here. It's on this route. I don't want to fight this guy. What? How did you see me now? Okay, bruh. Well, that's what I want. That thing right there. That's the thing I'm looking for. Oh wait, you don't have a flying type move yet. I just realized. Huh. That's kind of weird. I thought you'd usually like get it by now, but I guess not. Bye. Bro, it's gonna suck so much. Evolving that Pokemon, by the way. It's worth it, but it's gonna suck so much. Oh, there you go. Why are you getting so much experience, bro? You don't need it. I mean, you do kind of need it, but you didn't need it. Can I find it now? It's in my... Yes! Okay. Okay. Don't kill it. Don't kill it. Don't. I swear. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait. Okay. Okay. This is it. This is it, right? This is it. Are my Pokemon gonna be women again? 1, 2, 3. Yippee! It's happening in Heart Gold, and now it's happening here too. I forgot what Beijing was. It's an entertaining temperature, but is said to bloom when it feels the sun's warm touch. Yeah. Your name? On your Pokemon, what? What? I didn't ask that. I didn't say how many Pokemon. What are you talking about? How do I space? That's how I space. Larry, this is for you! I can't- there it is. Larry, this is for you! Yeah, that's for you, Larry! Please be a Pokemon- oh no. Okay, I had to go back. I'm just walking in circles. Just because of this shit. Is grass- yeah, grass is super effective against rock. What am I saying, bruh? Okay. I should use Badoo then. I don't know if Badoo has anything, but yeah. And it only has growth. I'm gonna have to do the switch and shit, which sucks, actually. But yeah, Larry, that's for you. This is for you, Larry. Yeah, look at this guy, that's for you. They're all level 9, except Bidoof, but fuck you. I don't need that Bidoof. That Bidoof is only a... it's only a thing, you know? Why is it sunset now? I forgot the DS had time mechanics. You know, I should probably buy repels, but it's fine. I'll just walk. Hang on, I don't have Rock Smash. Hang on. There was blocking the way inside the camera and thinking Pokemon's can move will be able to smash. I don't have Rock Smash. I need to find Rock Smash. Alright then. I guess that's what I gotta do. Unless... wait. No. Oh, let her Badoo. Oh, wait a minute, that one's stronger. By 1 level. Oh, it has Absorb. Okay. Well. I don't need that, so bye. I just want my Pokemon to evolve. That's what I want. That's what I need. For them to evolve right now. Right here, right now. They need to evolve right here, right now. Yep, like that. Yep. Bye. They gain no experience. I know it's a Badoo, but still. Oh, I thought that would have been Rock Smash. Okay, whatever. How do I get Rock Smash? Oh my god, bruh. Wait. Oh my god. That could have been dangerous. Bro. Stop. You need to stop, actually. Ember. Kill this bird. This bird is not dead. Oh, this bird is dead. Why didn't the bird do anything? Wait, are you dead now? Oh yeah, bye. Yippee! You know, I just thought my luck was shit. I don't know. And I thought it would happen like after, but it didn't. Where'd you come from? 20 Town Hut, it's a nice place. Jubilee is big city, so yeah, whatever. I need to find out where to get Rock Smash. It's in here somewhere. Not here, it's just this city or somewhere. I think. Your Pokemon's fine. Don't wreck your try to hold its quick. Oh. Okay, well that's cool too. When that Quick can sometimes attack first if it's normally a little bit slow. There are other items that are only useful. Okay. Who do I give this to? I guess you. I don't know. I feel like you would be good with it. If I can find it. There we go. Even though you're ready very fast. I don't know. I could just give that to Beijing, but whatever, it's fine. Hello, do you give me something? No. Yeah, whatever. God, fast text speed is not really that fast. That's insane. I thought it would be, but it's not. I just need Rock Smash. Like, it's crazy. It's actually crazy. Nah, don't go up. Wait, tells you my Pokemon has an item? Wait, that's insane. The shit down there on the bottom screen that none of you can see. Oh, there's another place. Oh, this is where I go. Okay. Tell me, got a little tougher? Do you even need to ask? Of course I got tougher. I'll demonstrate it for you. Wait. No. And oh my god, Puggo, wait, it's been so long. Oh my god, hello. Okay, you're gonna fuck this guy up. Yeah, let me go here. I think Beijing got this. Maybe. Hi, yeah. It's I don't know, it's been so long. I haven't been streaming lately, but now I'm back to streaming, so yeah. I got crit. Are you serious? I'm excited. So Cactus isn't over yet. How many Pokemon do you have? 2? I mean, you're dead, bro. And then Piplup. Okay, you know what? Yeah, Sao Paulo got this. Yeah. Larry, this is for you. Don't do that. That's cringe. That's actually very cringe. I already have low attack and now you're doing this, like, bruh, that's cringe. And don't be cringe. Bro, stop being cringe. Ah, you're so annoying. You're fucking big-headed ass fucking penguin, like, get out. Stop being cringe. Bro! They're just gonna keep doing this. They're gonna keep doing this until I do, like, no damage. But I'm super effective, bitch. Yeah, I'm super effective, bitch. My Pokemon's getting low on HP, things gonna be tight here. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Stop using... Oh my god. The thing is, I feel like it could've just killed me. I feel like one attack could've just killed me. I'm gonna be so for real. I feel like that's all he needed was just one attack, and then I would've died. But... they're not doing that. Okay, well, I lied. But... still, they just kept doing that. It would've been fine. Yeah, see, I got nothing. I hate him. I'm level 6 now. Sao Paulo level 6 now. Yippee! Level 7 now. Wait, you learned- what the fuck? Why do you know that? What? Okay, whatever. What's happened? I lost? Yeah, you did. What do you mean I lost? Well, that's it. That's the last time I'll ever lose. I'm gonna be the world's toughest trainer, you know it. No. Lamau? Okay, well, my Badoo needs shit. Actually, I should have healed, but whatever. My Badoo needs shit. Kricketot. That's a cool Pokemon. This is what happened in the circus? Yeah. I kill things. You're a bug, you're weak to this, maybe. I don't know what that does. Here you go, I don't know what this does, actually. Oh, that does kinda nothing for me. You know what? Fuck you, I'm gonna search, fuck you. I don't wanna do this. I don't wanna do this right now, I'm not fucking around. I'm not fucking around anymore. I should've gone and healed, I'm gonna be real. But I didn't. I sat out of the sky just dead. What? Oh my god, I need to do something. I don't know what it is. How did I not one-shot? I'm 2 levels higher, I'm super effective, like, bruh. Whatever. And then Zubat. I think New York got this against Zubat. Hopefully. New York is cool. Right? Yeah, you're cool, right? Yeah, you just kinda had to do this and then... Yeah. Right? Oh yeah, that is all you have to do. Okay. Cool. We got this. We got this. 1 damage. Whoa. You did so much. Die. Bro is stupid. Bro sucks. Who would ever use a bat Pokemon? Am I right? Oh. 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 Okay, gotta heal. I gotta get potion, I gotta heal. Where is me? There. You know what? Yeah, I like seeing the Pokemon down there, because, it reminds me... How's it going? It's going good. It reminds me how bad my Pokemon are doing, and if I need to heal. Because I never remember how bad my Pokemon are doing. Yippee! But I just be doing shit. I got my Pokemon. I got them Pokemon. And then, I don't know what I got. Deltarune tomorrow. That's what I got. Wait, I'm not streaming tomorrow. Never mind. No more Deltarune. Do you fight me? Do you fight? No. Okay, that guy definitely fights me. Okay, I don't care. Yeah, this guy definitely fights me. Oh, you have a Shinx? Oh my fucking god, bro. I don't even have ground yet. I'm not gonna have ground for a very long time, actually. This sucks. Whatever. Just kill this guy. Shinx fucking sucks. I think Mew sucks more, though. What? I'll do Beijing just because Beijing's close to leveling up. I think, yep, very close, actually. I want someone to evolve! I don't know who it's gonna be, but I just want someone to evolve already, you know? To be fair, I'm not even at the first gym yet. I don't even know what the first gym is. I think it's Rock, if I'm remembering, but I don't remember. I really don't remember. Are you serious? Oh my god. This is the shit I had to deal with. Do you see? That's the shit I had to deal with. My luck is so bad, I don't know. I don't know why it's like this. Fuck you, Dallas. I was gonna say the worst city in Texas, but that's not even true. The worst city in Texas is San Antonio. Like, everyone knows this. Everyone who lives in Texas knows this, but yeah, whatever. Machop's in this game? I mean, I guess that makes sense. I don't got anything. I really don't have anything for this. Not yet, anyway. Sorry, I am just kind of mashing the button, you know? Oh, that's cool. You know, wait, I do have something for this. I forgot I did. Yeah, go in, kill him. I always forget flying is good against fighting. I don't know why I always forget this. Just cause it doesn't really make sense, you know? But I guess it does, I don't know. I don't know anything. I guess it doesn't make sense. Why is flying good against fighting? It doesn't make sense. Just die. Thank you. Thank you, New York. I love you. Well, have you ever tried to punch a bird? I mean, no, but... I don't know, it doesn't make sense. That's like the one thing that... I don't know, that's why I remember it, because it doesn't make sense to me. Oh. I didn't see you there, I was just kind of running. Hello. Goodbye. The boo. When do I learn Rock Smash? I don't know. When will Badoom get good? Probably not for a long fucking time because it needs happiness, right? Which really sucks. Damn, why do you need to be happy? Just like evolve like the rest of them, I don't know. Bro thinks he's special, I don't know, actually. Like, why are you like this? It just evolve. Like the rest of them. It's not that hard, actually. But thank you, bye. Wait, you have an Abra? What's even good? I have nothing good against Psychic. Not yet. Whatever. Wait, you have 4 poke- oh my god. I was kind of like setting shit out, you know? I didn't realize. I mean, I hope I went- yay. Yay, okay. Yay, Badoo. Okay, I do have something good against Badoo. You know, this is where I start using type advantages, because that's all I have. I got nothing else but that. Die. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Oh my god, I love it. I love it when they just get one shot. See, that's why I love type advantages, because then they just die in one hit, and I feel so cool, you know? I don't have anything good against that yet. Yeah, I guess I'll just stay. Because if you have wing attack, then you just kill my Badoo, and I don't want that, you know? So, and this is neutral, so it's fine. Yeah, see? I told you. Well, everyone's already contributing, that's crazy. Except for... except for Boof, but Boof doesn't matter. Boof is just here for the vibes, you know? Boof does nothing else. Should I just catch you? Even though I'm not gonna use you? You're going straight in the box? Like, I'm gonna be honest, that's where they're going, just straight in the box? I don't even know what to name you. Because I'm not gonna name you after the same. I'm just gonna do whatever, you know? You died anyway. Okay, bye. See, this is how shit that Pokemon is. Fucking Badoo got a crit and killed them. Like, that's crazy, you know? Wait, but I thought the middle evolution was the happiness one. Actually, I don't remember. I don't remember. Wait, this is so lucky for me! Let's go! Yes, I'm so lucky. It did nothing. Why did it do nothing? What the fuck? It should have done something, but it did nothing. Bro, super effective. It should do something. Ouch. When does this Badoo evolve? When does Badoo evolve? Because I don't remember. I'm gonna be real, I don't remember. Ouch. Stop doing damage to me. Please stop doing damage to me. Thank you. I love you. Pokemon? Yeah, Pokemon. Oh, thank you. Oh, and you learned oh my god, wait, you're actually so good. You're so good, wait. Why is this piece of shit Pokemon so good? That's crazy. No. I didn't want to do that. I'm just gonna run away. I don't care right now. At least level 6. It's level 10 right now, so... I always forget how slow fucking Shinx is. And that's why it, like... That's one of the reasons why it just sucks. Are you serious? Sorry, I'm on like a Shinx hating spree right now. I don't know. I don't know what Shinx did, but it did something. You know, actually I know what it did. I used it in BDSP. And I had a horrible time because I used it. I tried! It was also one of my like first Pokemon games, and I tried. I tried to make it work. I couldn't. But I tried, you know. Hello. sparkling new Poketch, your awkwardness as a traveler. You're still a pretty new trainer, aren't you? But it's all good, you're a new fellow friend of mine. A Pokemon, so let me, yeah, whatever. Thank you, I need this. Yippee! I don't care, stop talking, thank you. Where's Boop? Actually, wait, no, I have to go to items, right? And then I do it for some reason. It's kind of weird. I don't know why it's like that, but whatever. Yep, there you go. Boop, I swear to God if you can't learn this. Okay, thank you. Yippee! Boop is level 2, by the way. And he's chilling. He's just straight up chilling, I don't know. He's just cool. Don't question him. He's moral support, actually. And that's all he is. Starly. Oh, you're gonna have wing attack. Starly. You know what? Boop can kill him. Yeah, that's what I should do. Boop can kill him, bro. Boop got this. Now, I'm still gonna bring Boop to the gym. I'm gonna hate it if, like, I lose, but, you know. I'm still gonna bring it to the gym. Now, I'm dying. I should've bought- wait, I didn't buy potions. Ouch. Why are you doing this to me? Don't do this to me. Just die. Thank you. I hate you. Oh my god, yes. Yes. Oh my god, yes. And then Shinx. I guess I'll just keep fighting you. I'm surprised they don't have rock types. That's kind of why I wanted Badoo here. Because, you know, you always go in a cave. And you always need a water or rock type, but I don't have any of those. So it's like, whatever. So like, Beijing is actually the most useless one here. But like, not right now, cause... yeah, whatever. Fuck you. Fuck you, where's my medicine? I don't know what the medicine- there we go. Hell yeah. Get healed, idiot. Oh wait, there's something up there then. Wait, why are you here then? What the fuck? This cave is so small. What the hell? Oh my god, they got the Boop. You know what? Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna stun you. I'm gonna make this as annoying as possible as I can for you. Specifically. I don't know why. I'm trolling. No! You deserve it, actually. Yeah, you deserve it now, actually. Oh my god. I just want you to die. Why are you doing this to me? I knew nothing. Yeah, see, I just wanted you to die. Like, it could've been so easy for you just to die, and you didn't, bruh. Like, what the hell? What are you doing to me? Stop doing this. I have no more absorbs. I need to make it to the next town, or I'm gonna die. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna switch. Yeah, I'm just gonna switch, because you're gonna keep doing this stupid shit. So I'm just gonna switch. It's all I can do. At least everyone's around the same level. Like, I never do that. I'm not good at that. Bro, stop! You're so annoying! Yeah. I was about to say, I swear to God, and they just keep doing that, I swear to God. You know, I'm glad I made it as annoying as possible, as I could for you. Because you deserve this. You actually deserve this. Yeah, you see how much you deserve this? You deserve this. Die. Yippee. I need to learn a fighting type move, like, right now. So they're not fucking annoying. But they're fucking annoying, so it's... I don't know. I'm gonna go up here. Like, what's up here? Huh? Did he learn Rock Smash? Oh. Okay. That makes sense. Oh, I thought I could just do it already. Really fucking Geodude? Why is there just a Geodude? I'd have to be other rock types, not just fucking Geodude, bro. Kill that shit. Yeah, fuck you, bro. I wonder how hard the gym's gonna be. Cause I don't know what level it is. I mean, I'm here. Howdy, you don't have a single gym badge, you better do something about that. I'll take you to the Pokemon gym. No, take me to the Pokemon Center. I don't want this, someone's there. No, let me out. Where's the Pokemon Center? Wait, actually, where is it? Okay, there it is. I need this first. And then I can do things. You know, there's a reason Badoo's in the lead. I think this is the rock type gym. So there's a reason why Badoo's in the lead. Why Sao Paulo's in the lead. And look. You don't know what Sao Paulo can do. I'm gonna be real, none of you know what Sao Paulo can do. Oh geez, West, you finally got here. You're slow like always, but anyway, the Junju is tough. Like seriously, you're serious. Did you do this stuff? I wonder how it compares to my dad. I just drifted there. Anyway, the dude's gone out to the coal mine and want to take it. What? Why is he in the mines? What I do to deserve this? Bro. It is the mine. No, it is the museum. That's not a mine. It is the mine. I can't read. I can't read it. Is this the mine? Where's the fucking mine? I don't know where anything is. Is this the fuck? No, that looks like a mine. I'm gonna go over there. Is this the fucking mine? There's the tabs. Everything it divides to know to two distinct halves. This looks like a mine. Is this some? This is a mine, maybe. You're very busy Pokemon. Okay, bye. Hello, where am I? I can't go there for some reason. And now I'm getting fucked and attacked by Geodudes. I need nothing to do with Geodudes. Why am I getting attacked by these Geodudes? They need to stop. They need to go away. Actually. Get them away from me. Thank you. Bye. I'm never gonna catch a Geodude. Because I'm just gonna kill them. I need repels. I need repels. I need to get repels. Oh wait. I need to run. Fuck you, Zubat. Okay, well I found a Pokeball. Oh my god, yeah, no. No, this isn't happening again. This isn't happening again. I will get something. I remember it's been a long time being here. What? I don't remember you. But also, I don't know. I do remember people on Twitch that had no on TikTok. I'm gonna be so for real. It's kind of weird. I don't know why. Okay, I need to leave, bruh. I need like repels. I need all that shit. I just can't. I can't with this. The encounter rates are so bad. I need those repels. How much money do I even have? There's no repels. What about you? There's no repels. What? Why? Why is there no repels? What? Okay, yeah. I don't mean that to be rude. It's just like it's the truth. Like I don't know why. I don't know why my brain's like this. But I don't know repels, bro. What I do? I gotta die here, but the oh my god. I'm gonna have to just go through this. Okay. With my luck. Do you want me to go through this with my luck? I feel like just running every single fight. Like, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna run every single fight. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'll kill the Geodudes. I don't know what they did, but I need to go stronger anyway, so it's fine. There's nothing wrong with becoming stronger. They're putting them here for a reason, and it's so I can become stronger. It's so Sao Paulo can become stronger. Like I said, maybe that's for you. But, yeah. That's it. When they start giving me, like, so much experience, that's when I'll stop killing them. Bruh! What did I do? What did I do to deserve this? I can't buy repels. They want me to go through this for some reason. Normally they let you buy repels, bro, but like, I don't know. Why are they doing this to me? Bruh. 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 You know what? Fuck you. I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. I'm gonna use a chop on Route 207 and now become my most trusted partners. Give me this. Thank you. I need this. I need that one specifically. I just thought I was gonna do the gym. But no, they made me go into mines. I don't know why they made me go into mines, but they did. Hello. Stand back and watch this, using a hidden power move Rock Smash of whatever. Yeah, I know. I need to learn that. Because you have to beat the gym leader first, that'd be me. Oh, bye. I guess I'll go the other way now. Oh, escape rope? I might just use that, like, immediately. Well, I'm gonna use that immediately. Where is it? 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 There it is. Bye. Back to do this grilling seal. Goodbye. Pokemon. These Pokemon are scaring me. I don't know what I did. I know what I did to deserve this. I did something though. I really don't know what it was. But I did something. But whatever. Damn, they still don't. What the hell? Wait. Damn, they still don't accept it. What the hell? So I sent a request earlier today. They didn't accept it yet. I think they hate me. You know? I think that's it. Let me see if... Nope. Yeah, I think they hate me. How's it going? That's what I said too earlier. Woke up from your nap. Hello. I'm on the gym now. The gym leaders who use your rock-type Pokemon. Rock-type Pokemon really hate water. They also make the grass-type moves. I'm making decisions, but I don't think it'll be easy. You're gonna do like go ahead and put a fun time. It won't be easy. It'll be on the bike. I'm gonna kill this guy. This guy is dead. I wonder what level they're gonna be. Ow. I thought I was over-leveled. I guess not. I thought I was prepared for this. I guess not. I still one-shot them. I mean, it was a crit, but I still one-shot them. I don't know. I got this right. Yeah, I got this right. Megan. Oh my god, wait. Yes. Yes. I would say, yeah, just do Absorb. Drain into, that's 20 power, 100 accuracy. What's Mega Drain? 40 power, 100 accuracy. Okay, they're just better. It is just like, it's literally the exact same move, just better. Yeah, bro, okay. What the hell? What did I do? I did nothing. I'm just killing these kids. You know, I don't think I deserve to die to get hurt for that. Nah, bro, fuck this guy. This kid is going down. Yeah, look at him. Yeah, see, I got that. Why is it such a long animation? Look, I got that Mega Drain. Yeah, see? Now I can actually do something. Child abuse. Nah, they deserve it. Why am I getting so much experience? Okay, you know what, this is... You know, I knew they would have an Onyx, and this is where it kinda goes downhill, I think. Because if the gym leader has an Onyx, it's probably gonna be like level fucking 15 or something. Oh, it still dies to it, okay. I didn't know if I just touched it, it would just explode, but I guess that makes sense. It is a rock. Yippee! Alright then. Alright then, how do I say? Alright then. Oh my god. How do I give a shout out? Actually, I know how to do that. I'm just pretending. Hello. Linkberry, thanks for the raid. Linkberry, I can't read. Hello. My name is Celeste. I'm a background VTuber. I mainly play Nintendo and horror games. And this is my first time playing Pokemon Platinum because I never grew up playing Pokemon. The only Pokemon games I played were the Switch ones, but I've been playing the Pokemon games in order now, and now I'm on Platinum, so yeah. But, hello, how was your stream? What were you playing? Sorry, it's been a while since I streamed, so I forgot how to deal with raids. I'm guessing you're doing a Nuzlocke of some sort? Because that's all anyone ever does with Pokemon. But, you know, then there's me who's never played the Pokemon games, and now I'm doing it again. Oh, you're playing DNC for the first time? Oh my god, I love DNC. DNC is one of my favorite games ever. But yeah. Hopefully I can beat this gym just by pressing the A button. But yeah. If I'm bad at if you've ever played Pokemon and I'm bad, it's because, like I said, I'm just kind of just starting my Pokemon journey. Yeah, playing game for the first time, so it felt like a good raid. Yeah, yeah. Whenever I see anyone stream Pokemon, though, it's like they're always doing a Nuzlocke or like a challenge run, and so it kind of feels funny because, you know, this is my first time playing Pokemon. It's funny. Oh my god! Wait, Dreams Rat. Wait, what the fuck? What are you doing here? That's crazy. Wait, were you part of the raid or? What the hell? That's crazy. What is a Cranidos? I know what a Geodude and Onyx is. What is a Cranidos? Oh! I know what that is. I know what that shit is. I don't like that Pokemon, but I know what it is. We're part of the raid. Oh. But yes, hello raiders. I'm bad at Pokemon. I say that, but I'm kind of like sweeping this gym with the Badoo. I almost won this gym with the Badoo. Not yet, not giving up. We're gonna heal, right? Yeah. Wait, you're just dead. You disappeared in the gym. Was like, I swear I heard this voice before. This took me a sweet time because of the model. Yeah. I changed. Are you serious? Also, my luck is bad, by the way. And I'm playing Pokemon, which has a lot of RNG, so, yeah. You know, yeah. Please don't die. Please don't die. Oh my god. But yeah, I hope all of you are having a good time at me almost dying to a 1 HP Pokemon. But yeah, me. How you doing? It's been a hot minute. Love the model. I'm doing good. I love Pokemon. Now, I guess. I've just been playing all the Pokemon games, so I've said this already, but yeah. I'm dying. Everyone's killing me. I got the Cole badge. This is Cole. This isn't Jen, this is Cole. But now I can use Rock Smash, so you're me. I don't know if I should like rate the Pokemon games I play, because I've only played, because like I said, I only played the Switch ones, and Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Emerald. But out of those three, I think I like Emerald the most. Emerald was really cool. I think I loved Emerald the most. We'll see if I like Platinum more than Emerald. I probably will, if I'm being honest, but we'll see. Because Gen 3 is really slow, but apparently Gen 4 is slower, I've heard. Because yeah, the only reason why I know as much as I do about Pokemon is because my partner plays a lot of Pokemon. Like, they're really good at Pokemon. Gotta ring buys ready to give it. Oh, have a good night. Hope you have a good rest of your day. But yeah, the only reason why I'm good at Pokemon is because my partner plays competitive Pokemon and is good at Pokemon. And so, yeah. Have a good one. Hi, Clint, how's it going? Oh my god, Ponyta! What the helly? What the helly? You know what? Fire against fire, let's go. But, yeah, that's why I know as much as about Pokemon as I do. I mean, besides me also, growing up the anime, that also helped a lot. Just to burn, like, Pokemon knowledge into my mind. But all I really know about Pokemon from the anime is what they're called. That's why I know what Pokemon they are, but I don't know, like, their stats or anything, so it's like... I don't know if that really helps, you know? It does something. Are you serious? It does something. When do I get a repel? That's what I want. Should I catch a Ponyta? I'm not gonna use it, but I wonder if I should catch it. Cause, yeah, I don't know. Why is my luck so bad? Why are the random encounters like this? What is wrong with me? I don't know what's wrong with me. My luck is just so... It's gonna happen again, yep. My luck is so bad. Well, Machop, I'm also not gonna use that. I could catch it though. No, I just realized a lot of the Pokemon that we're encountering I already used. And that's part of the reason why I can't use them. Because I made a rule on myself where I can't use repeat Pokemon from past playthroughs. So like, I can't use Geodude because I already used one, I can't use Machop because I already used one. And yeah. So you know, it's kinda interesting having to do this. There's so many Gen 1 Pokemon every single game, it's kinda crazy actually. Now I know why in Black and White they just decided to use entirely new Pokemon for the main story, like... Yeah. I would get bored of the same Pokemon too, I'm gonna be real. I also can't use Zubat! How do I know it was a Zubat? I said that before I knew what the encounter was. Fuck you, Zubat. I love my Crobat. By the way, my Crobat, like, did so much. And I love it. But fuck you. What's down here? Oh, it's a dungeon. Oh. I think I want to get repels before I do this. Cause, yeah. Oh, this shit sucks. Bro. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate my luck. I hate this. I hate everything. Why is my luck so good? Why are so many things like, I don't know, like, just surviving on 1 HP? It's so weird to me. I hate it. I'm gonna die. I'm freaking out, actually. Everybody's killing me. I'm gonna kill this thing. I didn't want. What the fuck? Whatever. I'm dying. Why am I stuttering so much? I don't know. Things are just happening, you know? I don't know what's happening, but things are just happening. And I don't know how I feel about it. And like, I just want to leave. They're not letting me leave. Please, I already had so much. Look at how powerful Sao Paulo is, please. Like I said, it was for Leiru. And Leiru wasn't even here to see it. And now someone is texting me and I have to respond to them, like, what the hell? And now I'm dying. Ouch. Wow, that did nothing to me. Yeah, let me show you how to suck real good, buddy. What? That'd be funny. You know what? Yeah, now I'm gonna do it. You're just so annoying, bro. Yeah, that was the funny thing I was talking about, by the way. If I just did all that and just left. You know, just to like make a point. I think I showed him. I think I really just showed him. Oh, hello. Tell me, have you not attained a Palpon? Is that a Palpon free to anyone visiting the Pokemon Center's basement? What? There appears to be no one's shading the Streamlight City. I shall therefore take my investigation elsewhere. My friend, I said us to remain vigilant for shady grown-ups. You're kind of a shady grown-up, I'm not gonna lie, but bye! Rail's kinda weird. I don't know if I like him. He's kinda weird. You should, like, stop. You know? Tutorial. I just did this because whatever. I can't even do this when I go down here. I knew it was gonna be Wi-Fi, but I don't know why I went down here. Oh my god, wait, I can skip the tutorial! Oh my god, best Pokemon game ever, actually. Wait, you know what? That just put it above Emerald for me. Just that right there. That put it above Emerald for me. I can skip the tutorial. Okay, bye. Yippee! Wait, why is it so— okay, never mind. I was gonna say the bottom screen that none of you can see, it shows me the health bars of my Pokemon. And it still said— can you get out of my way? It still said my Chinchar was damaged, but it wasn't. No. Professor Rowan, you must comply. Hand over all your research findings for free, naturally. Failure to comply will result in a painful time for your assistant. You're gonna kill him. At Sun West, how's the Pokedex for guessing? That's, Orenburg's gym badge, I see. But hadn't I given you your first Pokemon only recently? Grasping a trainer's like second nature to you. It is! Oh, Professor of Pokemon, must you be so difficult? We're speaking to you on business because it's work for us. What we're saying is we demand you comply with our demands. Quiet your lot, why must you be such a nuisance? Maybe there's some lessons you still need to learn. Number 1, don't loiter about for no good reason. Number 2, don't interrupt others while they are intending to converse. Number 3, if you don't get your way, don't raise your voice to be intimidating. Number 4, don't think you're going strong because you're in a group. Number 5, what is with these outlandish outfits you have on? My goodness, you call yourselves adults? You kids don't grow up to be like these sorry specimens. Bro. Why are you destroying them? What did Team Galactic ever do to you? You kids getting stuck to a lesson in civility. I can't read. I don't know why I'm trying to read. I can't read when I'm hyper, so I don't know why I'm trying to do that. But bro, what did Team Galactic ever do to you? You know what? I'm glad I have Sao Paulo out because of that fucking Stunky, actually. Poison types are so annoying. When you don't have one. You know, at least now we both can't get poisoned. But yeah, that did nothing to you. Okay, I'm gonna switch. Okay, but that's fucking normal. No, just fuck it. They both kinda need experience. Sao Paulo kinda took all the experience for now. Which is funny to say, but yeah. Bro, why are you bullying his Turtwig? What did his Turtwig do? Sure. I don't know what to do, but they're like kind of bullying that guy, so it's like, it's kind of weird. Ow, now I'm getting bullied. Kill him. Kill him. No, are you serious, bro? Okay, now kill him. Oh my god. Yep, here we go, annoying. Oh my god, bro. I'm so glad the Pokemon Center is like right there, but I wanted him dead before this happened. Oh, nice. Yippee! Wait, do I get a fighting type move? That's what I need. Like, fuck Ton, bro. Fuck Scratch, actually, but yeah, whatever. No, Turtwig. How could you? Ouch. Wait, you're faster than me? Oh my god. That kinda sucks. I need to die, thank you. Why are you still getting shit? I don't even know what Worry Seed does. See, that causes Worry's pain on the foe, prevents sleep fight. Oh. I guess that's good in a double battle, but not really right now, you know? But yeah, whatever. As bad as possible to us losing the children. Yeah, bitch. Go away. You all suck. There was no option. We will retreat for now. We shall do so because Team Galactic is benevolent to all. Bye. They got themselves Team Galactic with Pokemon seem to release some type of energy. However, I believe it's a mystic power far beyond their control, but Team Galactic seems to be studying that power's potential. They want to know if it can be used as energy for something. I want to evolve my Pokemon. Did you know about this? Professor studies the evolution of Pokemon too. Printers research 90% of all Pokemon are somewhat tied to evolution. I mean, that's the reason these goons try to take the goons. And you're not allowed to do that. It's all over. You can relax with us. Yeah, whatever. You know, super batting skill. It got me thinking, why don't you collect all the gym badges of Sinnoh? And so you'll be sure to encounter lots of Pokemon. That, of course, with your Pokedex. Yeah. Actually, yeah. I can win. Yeah. Bye. Can you stop talking to me? I'm from Jubilee TV. I like to. Why is everyone talking to me? Oh, I can dress up my Pokemon now. You know, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. I just wanna murder. That's what I wanna do. That's why I play Pokemon, so I can murder. Now I'm poisoned. Help. No, someone. Oh my god, they survived. But I still wanna heal you. No, that was scary. That was actually really scary. Oh my god. I win. I've won. What do I do now? But I've won. I wonder... Do I just go up here then? I don't know where to go. I think it's up here though. Wait. Can I still not buy repels? I didn't check. Level 3 Manu. Wait, you're level 16. And you're still not? What the fuck? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. No, 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 please. I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna kill myself. Shakes, bro. But these Pokemon are like worth it. You know? None of them are worth it. I need to get out. Like, just thank you. You know what I need to do? I need to, like, switch these two. Yeah. That's what I need. Even though I'm going in a cave, that's what I need to do. Fuck off. That's what I need to do. Okay, I can't go over there. That's Surf. I feel like I had to go here. I don't know. But I don't know if that's true. But I feel like it is true. I always never come to Pokemon. I've only got to have a hard time against types it's weak to. I know. But I'm cool. This guy isn't cool. This guy sucks. I'm gonna kill you. Oh my god, wait. Wait, I'm so glad. Wait, I'm so glad I put Beijing in front. Oh my god. One shot. Oh my god. I can't one shot. I can't do anything. What the hell? I could never one-shot. I don't even know what the next gym is. I could never one-shot. I forgot what it was. Why am I getting so much experience? All I'm doing is like fighting grass-type Pokemon. I don't know why I'm getting so much experience. Can I one-shot now? Please? Bruh. What the hell? What did I need to deserve this, bruh? I did nothing. God, my luck is so bad. I don't know how many times I've said this, but my luck is so bad. Okay, thank you. I need like flamethrower or something, I think. I think that's what I need. I need like flamethrower or something. Awakening. Wow. Are you serious, bro? I think that guy blocked me too with this thing. Well, Wurmple. You know what? I can kill this Wurmple. Just for the experience. Cause I need to do that. Cause I need experience. Damn, baiting's like... moveset right now just sucks. I need like a physical fire move or something. That's what I need. I was thinking these guys should just like fuck off. I need him to like get out of here. Okay, I guess it's a bug type gym. So hopefully I'll have a good time. Maybe. If I like evolve or something. Or you know, get like a little stronger. Cause that's what I need. I just need like all I can get. Cause everything kinda sucks. And I don't know what I'm doing. It's an RPG, and I don't know what I'm doing. What the hell? Why can't I one-shot? I hope, like, once I get a stronger move, I can one-shot. Or, you know, just, like, level up. Or evolve. I don't know. When do you evolve? It's either now or it's gonna be, like, level 16. And I don't know which one it'll be. Oh, it's now. Yippee! It happened. Oh my god, it happened. I don't know why it's usually 14 or 16, but it happened. Hell yeah, finally something happened. Monferno looks ugly, but oh my god, monkey. Have a monkey. Oh my god, finally. Yes. Get rid of fucking Scratch, bro. I could get rid of Leer too, actually. Or Taunt, because I don't really care about Taunt. Yeah, I care more about Leer than I do about Taunt. Yeah, let me get rid of Taunt. But finally... I got a monkey. I got that. I don't have cut. I got a monkey. And now I have to do a double battle. We can one-shot this trade. Who are you? Who do you think you are? Get out of here. Oh, it's Pachirisu. Well, we figured it out. You know what? Yeah, Mach Punch this bitch. And you know what? Absorb this bitch. Wow, that did nothing. Wow, that did nothing. Wow, that did nothing. This battle's gonna suck. I'm guessing all the moves I have right now are just bad. That's what I'm guessing. Because, yeah, I'm seeing. Oh my god, I'm definitely seeing. Oh wow, you died. Okay, yippee. Wait, here you Mega Drain. Please Mega Drain that one. I hope it moves on to the other one. I don't know if it works like that. Oh my god, it does. Okay. Kill him! No, kill him! Okay, now when does Bidoof evolve? That's the next question I have, I guess. Okay. I can switch New York here so New York can get experience, because New York is actually, like, so low level now. I don't know where to go. I found Bullet Seed. Should I? I don't know if I should. Oh wait, it's grass type. Huh. I got 2 Pokemon good for that then. Actually, I don't even know if this one has a gym. It probably does. Okay, no, no. Go away, please. Okay, what I'm gonna do is this. I will switch these 2. They will now win. Yeah, New York's gonna win. New York got this, bro. I'm gonna go in here, because I always have to go in shit for towns to get something good I never do, because I'm stupid. And I don't know why I never do that. But, you know, I had to do that, so it's like, whatever. But I never do that, because I'm stupid. But it's nighttime now, but I had to do that. Oh, nighttime is 7 PM. That means, like, what the hell? It's only sunset for, like, an hour. Huh. You know, that kind of sucks. Why would you do that? When can I get... Oh my god, thank you! Yes, I need this. And I'll get like 2 escape routes, and that's it. That's all I need. That's all I need, bro. Fuck everything else. Fuck all that shit. I don't need anything else. Now. What's here? I don't even know where I am. From the time it was a barren, desolate hill long ago, avoided even by Pokemon, people started planting flowers on it because it's such a sad place. Oh my god. So then I wonder when Badoo... I don't think I can evolve Badoo right now, actually. Which kinda sucks. Oh yeah, that only shows time, huh? Okay. So basically I can't do anything. I can't look at the map. I wanna look at the map, but I can't look at the map. Why do I got its berries? Why do I pick up the berries? What the hell? What's up with these berries? I know what I can use them for, but like... Why? Oh, hello. Army Team Galactic and we're assigned here, standing around among flowers. That doesn't seem cool at all. Hey now, don't complain, it's a pretty decent assignment. But bug and grass type Pokemon so creep me out. I don't like being here either. Okay. I got honey. Honey. Okay, where'd I go now? I guess I just go here then. Route 205. Oh my god, a child. I must kill them. Why am I getting DM'd? Okay, so it's that, and then what else? What else? Oh. That makes sense. Kill them now. Yeah, that makes sense. Kill them now. Okay. Yippee! Uh-oh. Please, I want to see my papa. My papa and I live in the Valley Windworks, but there's a whole bunch of people dressed like Spaceman K and they can me out there and make me and my papa do something. Okay. I don't know what they're doing to him. But I'll do something to them. Where can I recently return to forces as far as you'll go? Rush your balls catching Pokemon to fire medals of Flora over here. Yeah, can I kill you? No, okay. Why? I have Pokemon, I should be able to do something. I should be able to do stuff, you know? Whatever, bruh. I got my 4 Pokemon, I can do things. Think they're going to the Valley Windworks? I got order to keep everyone out. They're not part of Team Galactic, making me look like... okay, maybe I have a battle for you for it. Thank you, bruh. Finally. Finally, I can fight one. I don't know why it took so long. Oh, wait, they're all gonna have fucking... No, I hate these guys. I should've just used... my other Pokemon. Did I? No. But I should've just used it. No, I can't. Go in, baby. steal the experience that you don't fucking need. What the fuck? I already have no attack breath. Why are you doing this to me? Are you fucking serious? This is what I mean. This just keeps happening. I don't know, and I got crit. Oh my god. I gotta kill myself. In game, obviously. Yep. I don't know why it keeps happening to me. I don't know why they keep living on 1 HP. And, I know I'm gonna have a very intense fight later. With that. Because of that. And I don't want that. Isn't that just great? Get it. What am I so kidding? We can't do a thing if I lock myself into the work screen. That's right, the other work screen is not here. My cords in the fire patch have the only other one. Okay, bye. In the what? In the what? In the here? Is it this one? Is it? I don't remember which one it is. That no? Okay, it's over here then. Okay. It's the one over here. Obviously. It's this one. Yeah, it's this one. They love. Now finding Howard, that sweet honey. Does you say to Galacto had that honey? It was having to attract Pokemon in great numbers. They want the honey. This kid is a witness. What would we do? I don't know. We don't need the brat running off to get help. The solution's simple. We make sure the brat stays quiet. Bro, why are they like this? Also, why don't they have a unique intro? I feel like they should. I don't know. Why? Why are there so many poison types? Why is New York still asleep? New York, you shouldn't do this. New York, what the fuck? Fine. Fine. Whatever. I don't know what that did. It is something new and I don't like it. Oh wait, I thought you're... Oh. I thought you were normal poison, not just poison. That's why I did this. But no. And obviously I can't kill, cause oh my god. Why? Why everyone hate me? Why does it keep happening to me? Oh my god, bro, just kill him. Can you have like anything else? Oh wait, that was it, okay. Oh, but I have to fight the other guy, right? It's so lame, they're going to attack my pay. Oh, next to you. I don't know if I did that. But oh my god, bro. Oh, and you have two, of course. Oh, but Zubat. I can kill this guy. Yes, I can kill this one. Wait, I am asleep. Oh my god, you missed. Yes. How do you miss? What is happening? I honestly don't know what's happening. How did... What? I'm so confused. I was asleep somehow. They tried to attack me. They missed. Yeah, and I had a Quick Claw to go first, and I still missed. What? Why? How did I not kill you? What is happening? Why are... What? Why am I not one-shotting? I feel like I should. I don't know what's happening, bruh. I feel like I should have one-shot you already. I'm being so for real. I thought I should have. At least I level up. Oh, another fucking Zubat, of course. You can't have anything good. You have to have another fucking Zubat. Why am I only getting quick claws when I'm using quick attack? Like, I don't want that. I want to be good on other moves. Not just quick attack, you know? Cause look, see, I won't kill it. I killed it. Okay, whatever. Last time that didn't work, bro. I don't know what's happening. Things are just happening. And I don't know what it is. This rat's tough, like really, really tough. Tougher than I can put into words, and I know a lot of words. We're done for here. Let's go back to the Valley Windworks. Okay. What is this thing? This thing I've forgotten it. It's a work scheme. It must be for Valley Windworks. No use for you. Yay, thank you. Yippee. That's good. You're good. Yeah. Anya, thank you. The sweet honey. Take. Okay. Thank you for the honey. I don't know what I can do with it. So that honey on a sweet on the tree might attract Pokemon. I'm poisoned. I forgot. Oh my god. I forgot. I was gonna explore. I forgot I was poisoned. No. I swear if it happens again. I swear. Please. Thank you. Oh my god. Yes, thank you. I'm dying. I'm actually dying. Like, mentally, I'm dying. Because I don't know what's happening. Things are just kind of happening, you know? But I don't know what's happening. I'm scared. Hello, am I safe? Everything's good now? Am I strong? I don't know. I need to go over here. Because what's over here? I couldn't explore. I can't even go in the store. I couldn't explore because yeah. What's in here? An entry. I know that. Someone already told me. Guys, like when the fields are here, especially you see how they're more vivid in the flowers elsewhere in here, you can thank Pokemon for that. Okay. I thought you would give me something and then you didn't. I kinda hate you for that, you know? I kinda wanted something cool and good, but you didn't give me that. So it's like, whatever, bruh. When can I get a Soothe Bell so I can, like, get this bitch's happiness up? You know? Because that's also what I need. I need my Budew to be happy. That's what I need. Oh, hello. No way, you have to key locking doors. Meeting decided to lose her this after all. There's no time for something. I got to learn to keep Commander. Oh, bye. I guess I'll go this way. Oh, there's nothing this way. Okay, I guess I'll go this way. Oh my god, wait. Wait, I'm gonna fight. No. No, I don't have anything good for poison right now. No. I don't have anything good for that either. I mean, I guess quick attack works, I don't know. It does kinda like murder them. They didn't murder that one. I don't know why. And now it's confused. And now it's gonna hurt itself even though I got the Quick Claw. Yeah, see, I told you. I told you that would happen. Oh, and now it's getting bit. And now it's gonna die. Oh, it got another Quick Claw. Yeah, I hope. Oh, wait. Oh my god. Why is my luck been so bad? I don't understand it. I don't understand why my luck is so bad right now. It just is. And like I said, I don't understand why. But it just is. It just kinda happening, I don't know. Yippee! That was her team though. Oh, double team. Oh my god, yes! Yes! Forget fucking tackle, bro. You don't need that shit. Yippee! Now I can be powerful. A little bit. Fuck, I think you're so close to evolving too, is this thing, but I just can't. Actually, I want to see something. Because I need to look this up. Okay, so that's kind of weird. Yeah, you just need friendship. Okay. You know what? I'm kind of glad I knew you would have a cat. Yeah, it's so glad I knew you'd have a cat. God, why does it never tell me? Oh my god, it is so close to evolve. I knew it! Oh, that's so stucky. Okay, whatever. I can hope for the burn. Or I can just get crit and die. Yeah, you know, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I don't like kids who happen to be tough trainers. Me neither, buddy. Where's my medicine? Where's my potion? And where's my New York? There's my New York. Thank you, Mandani. And now I need to, like, go here, and then I need to, like, switch to... Yeah, there we go. Thank you. I can now kill things. I'm gonna take Galactus 3 commanders. No, wait. That's one of 4 commanders. My name's Mars. We've been trying to create a new world that's better than this one. But people have shown little understanding about what we do. You don't understand either, do you? It's a little saddening. So let's have a battle to decide what we should do next. If I win, you leave. If you win, Team Galactic will leave. I know what I can do. I know what I have to do. I gotta kill this bitch. That's what I gotta do. Oh. I hope I'm strong enough. I really do. Because I don't know if I am. Ooh. That did more than I would have liked. That did less than I would have liked. Why are you doing so much? And why am I doing so little? Bruh. Don't die. You died. Okay, whatever. Okay, bruh. I need like self-follow to like carry or something. I don't know. That's what I need. That's just what I need. No, I wanted New York to evolve. They were so close. But they're under-leveled. I knew they were. You're ugly. I think that's, normal. If it's this thing I'm thinking of. Oh, you only have 2 Pokemon? It is. Of course you don't fake out. Why wouldn't you? Oh my god. Wait. I just have to survive. I just have to survive. I need to buy more potions after this. Oh yeah, you have a berry? Yeah, no, fuck you. I'm fucking healing. If I survive. I did. Okay. I was so scared. I didn't know if I would survive, actually. But now I know. Now I know everything. I'm not gonna survive. Ouch. I had 2 Pokemon die, which sucks. I am definitely gonna have 2 Pokemon die. Because they survived on 1 HP again. Are you fucking serious? Why? Why does this keep happening? I don't know why. I swear to God, if you get 1 shot, okay. Because they survived on 1 HP again. Like, I don't know why. It's gonna make me lose. Like, one of these days. It's going to make me lose. One of these streams. I don't know which one it'll happen in. It's going to happen in one. And I'm gonna kill myself when it happens, actually. But, oh my god. I messed up with it, but that's alright. No, I quite enjoyed our battle. I might lose to a child for you, but no matter, we collected plenty of electricity. With the power we obtained, we can do something quite spectacular. It is quite obvious to me, sure, and the genius team the boss recognizes. Now, Mars, we should be going. You shut it. The boss is the only person in the world who's allowed to order me around. You can keep quiet around me. You only joined us recently. Don't think you're important. I guess it's time to say goodbye and leave for the time being. Bye. Team Galactic, they were saying they had to gather Pokemon and energy no matter what. It was for creating a new universe, or so they claim. I think they said made any sort of sense to me. I can't tell you how grateful I am for you saving me. I can finally see my little daughter again. Oh, there she is, the little Chet. Oh, sorry, they had me working non-stop. Thank you, trainer. You made those bad people go away. I think the balloon Pokemon will come visiting again. The what? Is it that guy like the devil? Or are you talking about Jigglypuff? I don't know. There's 2 balloon Pokemon. One's the devil, the other one's not. I've heard that Team Galactic appeared at this power plant. I therefore come running to Team Galactic. Where are they? Ever in the map you say you're a trainer, but very well, I shall go investigate inside. Bye. All my Pokemon are dead. I need help. Get them out. Get them out. Please. You're a trainer through and through. Very well, I shall pursue the culprits. I received the hideout. Yep, there, bye. I don't know why it's giving his. I just think it's a funny bit. I don't know. I need to heal my shit. I need to get this berry too. Why did I get that berry? Whatever, I have it now. When do I get to the 2nd gym? That's what I'm wondering. Cause how long has it been? I mean, that gym's gonna fuck me up, actually. Cause I just kinda, I don't know. I'm just kinda getting fucked right now. I'm like actually getting fucked right now, just cause of luck. My luck is so bad. I mean, like my team's good, but my luck is bad. Also, my start is under-leveled. I need to level that shit up. Yeah! There we go! So yeah, I'm gonna level up my Starly for a bit. Just in the grass, maybe. Actually, yeah, I won't run away from encounters, I'll just have it kill things. Maybe this guy! You got a 367 true Pokemon, be attracted by that sweet scent. Maybe even this guy. Because I need to level up. I'm so close to evolving. Ponyta. Level 4. Why is everything level 14? I know what I need to be. Like they're being so obvious. Ouch. That did so much. I might have to go and heal immediately. Oh, I do. Oh, wow. Nice. That's cool. Please. Oh my god, yes. Thank you. Oh, that made it worth it. That made it worth it, actually. Yay. Okay, 2 Pokemon evolved. I don't know when, but 2 will evolve. That shit's gonna take forever. But yippee! Finally. Something happened. Something has happened. And it's a good thing. A good thing has happened to me. Finally. Okay, well, I gotta heal now, but, you know. I just have to train this, Starly. This Staravia, actually. My New York. I'm looking something up. Okay. So I can't do that one yet. What about this one? I can't do that one either. Okay. Sorry, I'm looking at where the Pokemon that I want are. Because I don't know where they are. And I was worried, oh, maybe I passed one. I didn't. I can only have these fucking 4 Pokemon. 3, technically. That Bidoof is just here for the vibes, I told you. Bruh. Bruh. Oh my god, Shellos! I didn't know Shellos was in this game. Okay, now I might. I might get that shit. We'll see though. It could just be good for now. That confused. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. That kind of like settled that for me. I don't know. Like I need him. Yippee! I don't know what to name it though. I really don't know what to name it. What should I name this shit? I need someone to give me a name, but I don't think anyone will give me a name. Please, someone, give me anything. You know what? You know what? I'll name it that. Sure, whatever. Oh my god, wait. No, I don't want to bite you down. Please go away. I knew you were traded too, but I didn't want to bite you. And can you stop having Geodudes? Please. I try to get this bitch up, you know? Oh my god, bruh. You know what, I should just fight with, Sao Paulo, cause, it will get happiness from it. It's so over-leveled, though, that's why I don't want to do that. But I just want happiness, that's what I want right now. I need that shit, you know? And then during the day when it evolves, like, or levels up, like, you know, yeah. I'm gonna check what its happiness is after this stream. It's probably gonna be nothing. If I had to guess, it'll probably be fucking nothing. Cause I don't know where the Sumo is in this game. But it's in my party, so it shouldn't be that bad, I think. Actually, yeah, let's get some shit to Beijing. Yeah, cause Beijing's like almost there too, you know? And Beijing might be important this next gym. I don't know. We'll see. Bruh. Why? I know Mach Punch isn't that good, but why? Why is this happening to me? Just kill him. Thank you. Yay. Yippee. Alright. Alright, we're in there. 50 HP, yeah, we're in there. Oh, and Fury Swites. Cause... Oh, Fury Swites is normal. Actually, yeah, just get rid of Scratch then. Fuck that shit. I mean, I don't need to learn this, but... yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter, bro. This shit, it don't matter. All I gotta do is murder this guy. And I still can't one-shot them. You know who can, though? Sao Paulo. Beijing can. It sucks. Let's see, I didn't mean to press that. But yeah, it sucks. Did I win? I won. I got something. Yippee. Okay, now where'd I go? I mean, I guess I just fight everyone, like I usually do. I don't know why I do this. I mean, it's good that I do this, right? Because if you have a grass type, yes. Why do you have one already? That's the bitch I want. It's level 14. Oh my god. Just die. Bro, just die. Make that shit sad. Make it devolve. That's what it deserves. I deserve one, not you. You're just a random fucking trainer. Why am I getting so much experience? Yeah, I deserve that bitch more than you. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it at all. Huh. Okay, so apparently it's a long road. From here to there. Apom. why is there? I knew Apom was Gen 4 actually, yeah. I don't know why I thought it wasn't, but I knew it was. Ouch. Don't do that. Please don't do that. You don't know what you've done to me. You actually don't know what you've done to me. Yes, thank you. Bro did nothing. Oh, so that was a normal time. I could've just... yeah, whatever. Whatever, bro. I may have a fighting type, but I don't want to use him all the time. I should go down there. Yeah, I think that's where I had to go. There's also another trainer down here, so it makes sense. Please, no. Thank you. Oh my god, stop fighting me. Stop fighting me. Everyone wants to kill me. I don't know why, but everyone wants to kill me, Badoo. You know what? You know what? I know what to do. I'm gonna do it. Oh wait, they're all at least level 16. Okay, that's cool. I'm glad that happened. I'm actually glad that happened. What the helly? What the helly? Bro, why can't I even one-shot a Badoo? I know it's using Defense Curl, but still. Oh my god, Mach Punch just sucked. I knew it did, but oh my god. I need a better fighting type move. Why did that when I can just ember them and then they'll just die immediately? Like, I don't know. I see now. The error. The error of my ways. I don't have a ground type move. You know, I'll just use this guy. But yeah, like, I don't know. What I need to deserve this. I did nothing. I really did nothing. Wing attack. Really, it's not very. Oh my god. I feel like I made a mistake. I feel like the Ember would have actually killed it. Oh, and of course you use quick attack. And of course you got a crit. Can I get a crit? No? Okay. Oh, well, I got quick cloud. I mean, yeah, sure, whatever. Please kill it. Okay, bruh. Okay, bruh. No, fuck you. Yeah, fuck you, bro. Cause I know you're using quick attack too. Oh my god. Why do you get so much experience? You're just a bird, bruh. You're just a bird. Heal ball. Oh my god, finally I can maybe put someone in another ball. And not just a Pokeball. Finally. It's happening. It's happening, finally. Give me all the berries. Okay, finally I can progress. Kind of. Not really. But finally I can progress. And now this guy is being a bastard. I told you. Maybe I can progress. Not really though. Because everyone hates me. And this guy has an Onix for some reason. Do I even fuck with it? Nah, you know what? Because when it's South Palo hasn't fought in a while. I just let her deal with it. Yeah, see? Oh my god, Sao Paulo's so cool. Thank you, Sao Paulo. Can he one-shot this guy? Don't they just die? They just get touched? Yeah, they do. Okay. Bro, Onix looks so cool. Why are they so bad? At least New York's level 17, but oh my god, why are they so bad? I don't understand. Are you serious? Wait, what are you? Wait, are you fighting type? Oh, you are? Okay, that makes my life easier, actually. Because one simple trick. One simple trick. This big attack. Yep, one simple trick. Oh my god, finally. I can do things. One simple trick. I knew it. And I gotta repel. Okay, I'm gonna heal. Because I don't like this. It's actually kind of stressing me out. Yippee! Yippee! Bruh. Why do you have such good eyesight? Go away. I don't need you and your good eyesight. I thought it's in panic route. I was like, what the fuck? Why does everyone have a pip-up? Should I just kill you? I don't know if I can kill you, actually. I feel like I should just switch. Oh. Okay, I can't kill you. Whatever, then. Goodbye. Also, wait, level 14, shouldn't you be evolved? Whatever. Hey, it makes my job easier, I don't fucking know. I guess I just wanted that shit, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. Hello. Repels are useful, don't you think? When you use a repel, weak Pokemon won't come out, but that also means there won't be any Pokemon to capture. Yeah, I know. No, wait, please. Thank you. Give me... Yet. Minor spelling mistake, I win. There's nothing down here. Okay. Bye. I got nothing. Yeah, I got nothing. I go into the forest, I got nothing. Oh, I can't go over here. Many Pokemon? No, my body essence, what should I do? Do I press on or do I go back? I don't want this. You did it on purpose? Sure you did. My name's Shaylin, you are? Also, your name's Celeste. I'm certainly glad to meet you. May I ask a big favor of you? I want to get through this forest, or I'm afraid of doing it alone. I heard there's a sinister group of people called Team Galactic. I think there's BCD numbers. Please may I go through with you? Okay, I guess. Yippee. I don't know where I go. Can I even get anything in this forest that I want? I don't think so. Yeah, they're all bug Pokemon. I never want bug Pokemon, bro. Why would I want that shit, you know? And also, I can't kill that rock. What the fuck? I deserve it. I deserve to kill that rock. I don't know why I want to kill that rock, but I deserve to kill that rock. Wait, when do I learn Cut? I just realized. Huh. I don't know when I learned Cut. A Werf Ball. Wait, what level are my Pokemon? This will help me figure things out. Because I don't know what level the Beijing is. I don't know, why am I confusing everything? They're level 17, right? Oh, Beijing's 16, okay, yeah. Oh, so you have a Chansey? That's crazy. That's crazy. Ow, that's crazy. Chansey took no damage. If I really want to throw a bunch of Pokemon over use the Pokemon minigun. Ouch. Why is that Wurple attacking me, bruh? Who does he think he is? Bro, who do you think you are? Die. Okay, I'm about to say him. I swear they didn't die. Seth boiled. Oh, that's what that do. I see. That makes sense. And that makes sense. Oh my god, the beautifully? Oh my god, I can also maybe one-shot that. If I'm not bad. Please don't attack me. Thank you. Oh my god, you're actually so cool. For not attacking me. And attacking the Chansey. No. Of course, I could have killed him beautifully. Wait, you're making me switch. Aren't you? Oh my god. Okay, I gotta kill that beautifully. Actually, the Pachirisu might kill me. Oh my god, he didn't. Let's go for being stupid. Let me just kill this. Yes, thank you. Let's go for leveling up. My Pokemon might fully evolve before I get the other fucking shit I want. Which is insane, by the way. It's insane that this happened. Bro, this Chansey is having a horrible time with this Pachirisu. Like, it can't do anything. I guess do this. It'll probably spark me. Oh my god, I didn't. Bro. No, you had to attack. Are you serious? Oh my god, why would you do that? Sure. Yeah, sure. Let's go. Yeah, that works, I guess. Thank you, New York. Endeavor. Is Endeavor good? Attack that cuts down the foe's HP to equal the user's HP. What? Quick attack. I guess get rid of ground. I don't know. That sounds so good. If I use it like in a stupid way. Level 18, let's go. Level 18, let's go. I'm up there. Yeah, before I get the other Pokemon, I'm gonna like fully evolve like 2 Pokemon. I'm saying it here. Maybe 3 depending on the friendship. Like, I don't know. Oh wait, I'm fully. What? Why am I fully healed? I mean, thank you, but what? Okay. But yeah, that's what I was doing. That's crazy, by the way. No, there's Psychic. I don't got anything for this. Not yet. I will later. Just not yet. Oh, of course, yeah, hidden power. Ouch. I swear to God. If you kill him. Okay, thank you. Oh. That did something. Okay, well, I did something. Fuck you. Hey, can you kill that guy? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, bomb him, bro. Okay, well, you didn't kill him, but maybe this will kill him. I don't know if it will. I hope it does. Give me. Okay, that was easy. That was. Yeah, I need something for Psychic type Pokemon, but I don't have it right now. Like I said, I will later. Just not now. I need to shit. A netball? Okay, yeah, you know, I can use that. Yeah. Is that where it wants me to go? Probably. I just killed these guys, whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Whatever. I just don't know what I'm doing. And they're all gonna have, like, shitty Pokemon, you know? No, I'm more scared of the Wurmple than the Burmy, but, you know, that's just me. What can Burmy do, realistically? Like, tell me, what does he even do? Like, I don't know what he does. Can someone tell me what he does? Because I don't know what he does. Nobody can ever do anything with Burmy, because I almost kill it, like, instantly, so I guess I'll see. Ouch. Oh, nothing. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, that's what Burmy can do. Good thing I didn't attack it. Yeah, fuck you, Burmy. I'm not playing your games. I will later, but not now. When this guy runs out of Pokemon, I'll play your games. Oh wait, actually I have to play your games right now. Okay, yeah, whatever. Fuck you, Burmy. Yeah, fuck you, Burmy. Are you serious? Oh my god, Rhea. Why are they both attacking me? What did I do? I hate this guy. I didn't attack him, but I hate him. So annoying, actually. How did you miss? Ouch. Of course. Oh, now I can't do anything, actually. Because, like, I did hit this. Oh, I hit it. Okay. Hit me. Okay, well, that makes everything easier. That makes so many things easier. Yeah. Can you kill this Burmy now, please? Bruh. Why is the Burmy only attacking me? I hate this guy so much. I'm just gonna punch him. Protect goes first. Okay. No matter what. And I hurt myself. This guy is so fucking annoying. I'm just gonna keep hurting myself, yeah. This guy is actually so fucking annoying. I can't believe I had to use this potion just because of protect spamming. Yes, kill him. Yes, kill him. Yes. Another fucking Burmy. Okay, maybe I should have killed the Burmy. I don't know. I didn't know how to protect. Yeah, I didn't know how to protect. Maybe that's my fault, actually. Kill this guy. Bro. I thought it could have worked twice in a row. Kill this guy. Thank you. This probably won't kill him. Oh, it did. I forgot. Burmy shit. Right. Yeah. Obviously. That was so annoying. I don't know why that was so annoying, but it was so annoying. Oh, I can't get random encounters. Okay, I didn't know if I could. Wait, what even is it? Double Badoo. What the hell? I've never seen this. Okay, well, I can't do this anyway because... like... you know... I just can't. I already fought you guys, right? Oh, I didn't. Oh, no. I thought I did. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I've never seen a double, like, wild battle before. Okay, so I know one of these things are flying, at least. And it's the Meditite. And that's it, that's all I know. That's really all I know. I hope you die. Oh my god, yes. I only have 2 good Pokemon on my team. And it's not my starter. I don't know why. I don't know why it's like this. I feel like it shouldn't be. I feel like my starter should be the strongest. But for some reason it never is. It's so weird. It's actually so weird how it's like this. Well, level's ready, let's go. Okay, I'm gonna switch Pokemon. I'm gonna switch my starting Pokemon. But still, it's kinda crazy how this keeps happening, you know? Oh wait, no, that's my strongest Pokemon. Now I need to train Badoo again. I'm sorry, stop follow. Thank you, Sao Paulo. Why is it always the last square? I swear it's never anything else. You know what, I'll do this just for the experience. Because I feel like this will be a lot of experience. I hope he killed a Bidoof. Because I swear to God. So thank you. Yeah, kill that guy. He didn't kill that guy. What the fuck? Why do you do this? I don't like you. I don't like that you do this. I don't like that you do anything. Just kill him. Just kill him. Yay. Okay, level 19, let's go. Oh my god, wait, play move. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Forget fucking Ember, I don't care. Finally. I can kill. Finally. Yippee. What else is that? Oh, it's a Pokeball. Green shard. Okay. I don't know what that means, but okay. I don't have cut. My mind said to tell you, and I quote, good jiggle physics. Yeah, I do have good jiggle physics. Actually, I want the boobs to move by themselves. Because they move together, I don't know if you noticed that. And, they are actually working on that. My rigger, so... yeah. You know, it will happen. It'll happen soon. I need to go to my Pokemon. Cause I had a Soothe Bell now. I can finally do something. Where is it? Where is it? It's here, baby. Yeah, it's there. Yippee. Okay, finally you can be happy. Finally, my Pokemon can be happy. Finally. It finally happened. My Pokemon can be happy. It took so long, but it can happen now. Sit back and fish couch, it's a grown-up hobby. Do all these... okay. Actually that kinda sucks for your water type trainer, and I have a fire type in front. And unless you all have magic cards. Okay, they're all magic cards. Okay, it shouldn't be that bad. Unless it is. We'll see. Nope, we only know Smash. Okay. I was worried for nothing. I was worried for nothing. Yeah, kill this guy. And your next Pokemon's like a Gyarados or something. Like imagine. Oh, go dude. Okay, now I do have to worry. But there's only dead one Pokemon. Why? I don't understand. Sao Paulo, now that you can be happy, now you can actually murder and be happy. I'm so happy for you. Cause now you can be happy. I mean, it still has to be daytime, so you still can't evolve this stream, but you know, we can get close. We can get close. I don't know how close, but we can get close. Like I said, I'm gonna check your happiness stat after the stream. And we'll see how happy you are. I hope you're happy. Because honestly, that's all I care about. Because I might have leveled you up too much, but we'll see. Cause yeah, I'm not like evolving you off stream. I'm not gonna do that. I'm tired of doing that. That gave me nothing. Okay, hope you're happy. Can I fight you? What the hell? Why does everyone fight me but that guy? They just have magic cards. Oh, this is the 6th magic card guy. You know what? Flame wheel. I don't care anymore. I honestly don't care. Yeah, see, I told you. I told you. Why do you have 6 magic cards, bro? I don't understand. I don't know why there's always a trainer with 6 magic cards. There just is. And it's this guy right here. In this game. Well, at least you can level them up, I don't know. And get them happy. They're gonna be so happy. They're gonna be the happiest person you've ever fucking seen. I guarantee you. Yeah, look, they're gonna be so happy. Bro, they're gonna be the happiest Pokemon ever. Ouch. Wait, you can actually attack. That surprised me, that scares me. Okay, hold. Hold. Yeah. 6, 7. Hold. Okay, faster. What was that one Magikarp faster for me? You know, I don't even gonna fight the other guy again, because there's gonna be 6 fucking Magikarps again. And I don't care. I don't care not to do that. Like, see, this is going so slow and I still have 2 more to kill. I mean, this was like dead already, but... They're dead as soon as he sends them out, like... It's kind of efficient, you know? Like, he sends them out, and then, like... They just get chopped up. Like, it's so efficient. And now I'm leveled up. See, I told it's so efficient. Bro, like, you need to stop. I don't know who tells them that this is a good idea, but whoever does, like, needs to be shot. I'm being so for real. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. I can't believe I beat this guy with 6 Magikarps. I can't believe I won. That's crazy. Eterna City. Oh my god, wait, this song. I know this song. Is there anything here? No? Okay. Oh my god, hi Krexik, how's it going? Silcoon. Silcoon, you know, I'll kill it, that's for the experience. Silcoon. Die. This guy needs to die. Thank you. Broly's dead. Are you serious? It's always the last grass. It's like it knows. Cascoon. Why does it want me to have a beautiful face so bad? I don't understand. Just die. Oh my god. I'd be dying right now. I wanna go to the second gym. I can't believe I haven't been to the second gym yet. I'm being so honest. I'm so surprised I haven't been on the second gym yet. Like, I thought I would have been on that shit like right now. There's a Team Galactic guy here. Hey, yeah, you trainer. Or it's okay, never mind, you look tough. I won't take I'll just let you keep your Pokemon. Carry on. Okay. Bro is stupid. I hate bro and he's stupid. Not too much in their Pokemon, nice? Yeah. And this one I'll keep playing. Actually, why do I still have the Shellios in my party? I'm not gonna use it. I'm pretty sure it's like solo level compared to my other Pokemon. Yeah, that Shellios isn't part of my team. I don't think you can see it. Yeah, this guy, it's not part of my team. It is so low leveled. What town is this? I didn't really see. What town is it? Eterna. Okay, this isn't the town I need. Or is it? I guess I can check this house and see. But I don't think it is. Take us some treasure. I'm from yeah, I got the best of the gun. Before I get taken, let me share some stuff with you. While you're taking, you may uncover dark rocks. They're very hard. We keep hitting them. Don't forget that, and you'll be digging out treasure in no time. How do I dig? Let me dig. I wanna dig. You know, Unicron is a different world where you can do this, that, and the other thing too. They will mentor you to become a full-fledged Splunker. I will. Let me go underground. What? You're not gonna... To get down the underground tunnels, you need only... Oh, but you can be outside and you can't be... Oh, okay. So I just need to be down out here and then I just like... Do I just go in my bag? And get the key items? And then do I just use the explorer kit? Wait, I can just use it everywhere? Oh. Oh wait, yeah. Wait, that's insane. Why can I do that? Why can I do this? Looks like it. That's insane. Oh, hello. I'm here. Oh, hello, there's a map. I'm gonna send those underground. Where is this, you guys? This is a giant underground network capacity needs to know. It's kind of hard to land. You want down here for instance, you can dig up treasure. I need treasure. That's all I need, but I want treasure. Okay. No, I don't want to fight. I want treasure. Where's the treasure? Oh, it's on the map. I see. You know, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Why didn't I think of that? It says it's here. I don't know how to get the treasure. It says it's there. To be fair, this map is wrong too, cause like, yeah. Yeah, I can just go anywhere. Oh, yeah, there's no tunnel here either. Wait, this map is just wrong. What? Why is it like this? Why is the map lying to me? Like, look, see, it says there's something here, and there's nothing here. Blow it away. Hello. Can I, is my mic here? Hello? Oh. I don't think Melon DS has my mic on. Hang on. I gotta... DS mode, yeah. Dude, I used to spend hours in this mining for fun. I thought you said you never played this. Audio settings. Microphone. Wait, it says I'm using my mic. Okay, you know what? Here, just use that. 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 I think I can do this. Yeah, well, yeah. Oh. Hello. Oh, I can't do this. Wait, am I soft locked now? There, how do you get rid of this? I thought it just, like, yeah. I'm blowing. I'm blowing. Hello, I'm blowing. Oh, that made it crash. I know what's happening, me neither. It made it crash. And, I think that's bad. Because, I don't remember the last time I saved was. I'm pretty sure it was, like, right before the first gym. So I think that's bad. Why does it do that? I'm pretty sure that's bad. Which sucks. That really sucks. Actually, if that's the case, because I think that is the case. Oh, that's what I did. But yeah. Yeah, it crashed. It actually just crashed. And I couldn't back out of the fire either. That's what I was trying to do, and then when I changed the mic, it just crashed. Oh yeah. Oh wait, no, it says I have one badge. Is there autosave? Oh, there is autosave. Oh yeah, because it saved right before I went in there, right. Oh my god, I'm so glad I did that. Oh wait, I was so scared. I was so scared. Okay, you know, yeah, because it saves here. Yeah, okay. Oh my god, that scared me. That scared me so much. I think I forgot I invented autosave, yeah. For real. Okay, but I was asking, like, how do I get out of that fire? Because I was trying to, like, talk into my microphone. But, it didn't count. For some reason. I don't know why. And so I couldn't do that. But I need to do this. Because one of the Pokemon I needs a stone. But I guess I could just find a stone naturally, but yeah. I don't remember ever catching fire here. It said I activated a fire trap. But also, like... now there's no treasure spawning. So now it's weird. Goods. How do I get anything? How do I get anything? Oh my god, the treasure spawn. Thank you. Thank you for... Wait, Larry. Did you see the Pokemon I named for you? Because, I named my Pokemon after cities. And, I named my Badoo Sao Paulo because of what it evolves into. Yeah, and I did that for you. Okay, how do I do? I'm not doing this shit. Not in spirit. What do you say? Have you seen our building? Team Galactus is so stinking rich that we could have it one built instantly. Okay, buddy. Oh, bicycle, but it's this freak. Which one is it, Badoo? This guy? Because of what it evolves into. I don't know if you know what it evolves into, but, yeah. He didn't self-follow? Yeah. Where's the bike guy? Oh, okay, he's dead. I did it real though? No, I did it for you. I'm gonna have to rename it. I'm not gonna rename it. But you know, that guy is cool. Do you know what it looks like, the evolution? You'll see why I named it that after like you see the evolution. If you haven't seen it. I'm Cardinia, I'm this town's gym leader. My last trainer was this awfully speedy young guy. Actually, his name was Barry, he told me about you. He said another challenger's on the way, so that made me antsy. In my gym, no one gets to battle with the gym leader with me until the end. The trainer has to be all the other gym trainers first. I'm waiting for you in the back, trainer, don't disappoint me. Probably I've seen it, don't remember though. It's Roselia, or Roserade, one of the two. It's one of those. And, it's the one with the mask. That's true. And then hang on, wait. I got Beijing because China, and then I got New York because that bird reminds me of New York. And that's it. That's all I got. Let me talk to you. You're not gonna take your flag. Oh, okay, bye. But yeah, and that's the only reason. That bitch reminds me of New York. I haven't found the other team members that I want yet. And it kinda sucks. And one I'm not gonna get until the end of the fucking game, probably. Which also really fucking sucks. But you know what? Whatever. Where's the Team Galactic building? It's probably up here, because I haven't been up here. Do I need cut? Hey, Celeste, you came to see the Pokemon statue, right? I'll take you there. Okay. Thank you, I guess. Well, what the? So this is Eterna's Pokemon statue, shaping our world, our time and space in intertwining spiral. If we didn't know the Pokemon of time and space, Sinnoh's myth, its truth needs investigation. Pardon me, stand aside. Oh my god, now he's being polite. At least. Oh hey. When we smack together, a brilliant flash of inspiration came to me. An easy way to become a great trainer, yeah that. Alright, listen close. I'm not. I took that time to drink water because I don't care about him. Should I tell him that? Either I can stay away from the Pokemon Center, think Lex conduct an official investigation here. Where's the Team Galactic building? It's probably over here. Okay, it's not over here. I just started the song over. I don't know where the Team Galactic building is. They just said it's a building. Oh, it's this. I need cut. I can't go there. Hi, woman. If I say I was at a Pokedex, wow, brings back some memories. Pardon me, what's your name? And also, as you should remember that name, my name's Cynthia. I've been training just like you. That's Cynthia, my beloved. I've been studying Pokemon mythology lately, just out of curiosity. In Eternal City, there's a statue of an ancient Pokemon. Have you seen it already? According to myth, it was an extremely powerful Pokemon. Who knows, you may encounter something like it while you're traveling with your Pokedex. Try using this, it should be helpful. Oh, thank you. I can't use it. I wish I could use it, but I can't. Wait, who could even learn Cut? I swear to God, Boof. Boof, I swear to God, if you can't learn it. I swear to God. If you can't learn this shit. I swear to God. You need to learn this shit. Yes. Thank you, Boop. I love you, Boop. Oh my god, Boop is like the best HM slave I've ever had. I'm actually being for real. Boop is actually like the best HM slave I've ever had. No one does it better than Boop. I'm being real. No one can do it better than Boop. Actually, that's what it is. Some boys did in here earlier too. Gym leader Gardenia is a user of grass-type Pokemon. Should be obvious, but grass-type Pokemon really hate fire. They also had a huge disadvantage against flying-type Pokemon. Oh, wait a second. I should tell you about the gym itself first. You can't turn the gym leader until you beat all the gym's trainers. I do that already. Who's lower leveled? Oh, Beijing is. Okay. I can do that then. I can do this. Yeah, we've got this. Boop, you got this. Why am I saying with Beijing, you got this? I'm confusing my Pokemon. I don't know why. Kill him. Uh-oh. I almost opened something. That would've been bad. Kill him. Yeah. Yeah, you got this. Super, I think I'm over-leveled. Because what level was it? That was 17, right? Yeah, I think I'm over-leveled. Just a tiny bit. You know, just like a little tiny bit where like... It's still a bit of a challenge, but like... You know, it's still kinda easy. Okay, now I'm over-leveled. Let's see. And I had two Pokemon like with two strong moves that'll just murder them, like, I don't know. Oh, hand. I see. Hand. Yeah, I understand. Why are you showing me this? I understand. I understand the hand. I understand. I don't understand this. Bring me over. Yeah, I don't understand this. Oh my god, Rin, hello. Thanks for the raid. I don't know if Larry shouted you out yet, but oh my god, hello. My name is Celeste. I'm a Batcloud VTuber. I mainly play Nintendo and horror games, and I'm just playing Pokemon for the first time because I've never played Pokemon before. Well, the original ones, I should say. I've been going through them, in order. And so I'm on Gen 4 now. But hello, I am a clown. But yes, hello, Rin, I was actually going to raid you, because I've been wanting to raid you for so long, and then I just haven't been, because whenever I want to, you just end. It's kind of sad. But, yes, how's your stream? What are you playing? Wow. Thank you for that. Beat you to it, yeah. Because I was gonna raid you like 2 weeks ago. And then I went on vacation, so that I couldn't do that. And then, yeah. It's been a cycle. And now I'm just kind of getting back into streaming again, and so now I'm just very nervous at everything. Because I don't remember how to stream. String bottles, gotta make dinner and wrap this stuff up, and I'll do this stuff tonight. Okay. Oh my god, wait, you recognize tonight? Okay, thank you. But yeah, I've been streaming like a week. Actually, technically 2 weeks. And so I forgot how to stream, and so now everything makes me nervous, and now I'm awkward, and yeah. It's kinda sad. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just playing Pokemon, and I don't even know how to play Pokemon. I think I'm doing good. To be fair, I think I did really good in Emerald. When I played Emerald. And that was a long time ago. That was like almost a month ago by now. So yeah, I haven't been doing things lately. I'm just now getting back into streaming again, like trying to do it again. Because I was in Seattle for a while. And yeah. Seattle was fun though. I love Seattle. Anyone in Seattle? Also, Jerry Tyon, thanks for the follow, Hong Kong. I didn't see that. I told you I'm just getting back into streaming again. I don't know how to do anything. But yeah. I don't even know what I'm doing. I was kind of speeding through the text. I think I had to like kill everyone or something. I think that's what they said. I think that's what I had to do. Supposed to walk across the fountain now? Whoa. Rain, whoa. Whoa. Whoa, I'm gonna save because I'm bad at Pokemon, whoa. Hong Kong. But yeah. I just be doing shit, you know? I just be doing shit, I just be playing Pokemon. I'm chillin'. I be chillin'. Even though I don't know what I'm doing, I be chillin'. I think fire is good against grass or something. Wait, I've seen you before. In other words. Oh, I am overleveled. Oh my god. You know, I knew I was. But like, I don't know. I wanted to believe. Why? Why couldn't I just kill you? Oh, my luck is also bad when I play Pokemon. I had a question to see her as a child. Yeah, I've seen her before. Oh my god. Why is... Bro, I rolled good on the first play wheel and I rolled bad on the second one. And now I'm dying. Actually, that kind of helps me. But fuck you. Yeah, if you couldn't tell by now, my luck is so garbage. I don't know how many Pokemon it's happened to so far, but they've all like just survived on a 1 HP. And it's gonna keep happening. I'm probably gonna lose to it eventually. Because of that, it just kinda sucks. I don't know why baiting sucks. Oh my god, Chirium! Wait, you can rarely see this because they never get Sunny Day off. And like when they do, it just dies. No, oh my god. Oh, but Reflect we're up. Okay, yippee. No, stop. I might have to switch. I don't want to, because this is my starter, it's a monkey. But I might have to switch. Oh my god, it won. Okay. I thought it wouldn't. Do I switch here? It depends on what it is. Because the sunlight is strong, you know? Resurrect. You know what? No. I had to trust in Beijing. I had to trust... Yeah, that's the Pokemon, by the way, Leru. That's why I named it Self-Follow. Cause that's its final evo. Yeah, see, it does nothing. Please. Don't disappoint me. Everyone's disappointing me, except actually you're the only one. Okay, thank you. Finally, one shot. Yeah. Yeah. Real. Yeah, you got it. Finally. Finally, bro. Something happened. Something good happened to me, finally. My luck's not bad anymore. It still was, actually. This whole game, my luck has been so bad. I kinda explained how my luck has been switching between games. Like in Fire Red, my luck was so bad. In Soul Silver, my luck was good. In Emerald, it was 50-50, and now it's back to being bad again. Gotta stereotype with the Goombas. I mean, to be fair, I wanted to name it, I wanted to name it, like, after Mexican City, but, like, I just kind of have Mexico City and then Guadalajara, and I think Guadalajara is, too long, so I couldn't really do that. So, yeah. That's why I decided to name it after Brazil, because I was like, you know what, I can just appeal to you, and it's fine. Where's the Pokemon Center? I'm losing my mind. I don't know where- there it is. I don't know where anything is. This game is killing me mentally. The amount of Pokemon that have survived off of 1 HP is actually, like, so aggravating to me. I think once Beijing fully evolves, like, that won't happen again. I'm being hopeful, though. It might still happen. Because of its nature, I don't know. Its nature might actually make it horrible. Thank you, Booth. You got this. Thank you. Actually, I think I have to go somewhere to get stuff. Hello, it is me. I have startled you, yes. I am after an officer of the International Police. It's only natural that I be a master of disguise. Oh, thank you. It's none of you are a first-rate trainer, of course, I am very aware. I therefore think you'll be okay, but I must warn you to be careful anyway. Also, word of advice. At this building, it has 2 stairs, one of them a trap it must be, but the Crystal Team Galactic thing did not appear. Shall I say smart? There should be an easy way to tell the stairs apart. I left accidentally. I was just kind of holding down the entire time. Bye. Sorry, I was scared of the stairs. They scared me. Welcome to Galactic, are you here to donate your Pokemon? Then kinda get off our property if you have to bring the pain like we did to the Cycle Shop manager? What the hell did you do to that guy? So it's just this one, right? Yeah, it's just this one then. I think it's just this one, right? Like, this one has people standing in front of it, so I think it's this one. I don't know, though. Maybe I'm a little stupid, and I don't get the assignment, but I think it's this one. I don't know. No. Why you make me do this to my own kind? They almost make me fight Zubats, and I don't like it, because I actually like Zubat. No, if they made me do the Crobat, I would like it, because I hate that bitch. But like Zubat, like, why? What did Zubat ever do, you know? Zubat did nothing. Like, Zubat's so cute. And they make me do this shit. Did I say Crobat? I might Golbat. Because I also love Crobat. I also think Crobat's very cute. But Golbat, like, that bitch deserves to, like, I don't know. I don't know what he deserves, but it's not happiness. That's what I'll say. That bitch deserves something. That isn't good or kind. And I can't say. I hate Golbat. It looks like something I can't say. Let's just say I would cover my drink if Golbat ever came up to me at a bar. And let's just say that. Cause I would. I don't trust that bitch. I don't trust its smile, I don't trust its tongue, I don't trust its teeth. I don't trust its face, like, I don't know. I don't like it. It gives me the ick. Hello. I'll just take this. I like how you didn't fight me until I initiated the battle. That's crazy. But yeah, I don't like that bitch. I don't like Croagunk. Now this is a bitch I like. Yeah, this bitch, he can get it. he can get all of it. I kind of want to catch him. I won't use him, but I kind of want to catch him. No. Don't do that to me. No, I had to leave now. Wait, I just realized 6-7. But I had to leave now. I fucking love Greg. Alright, if you don't get that, it's Krogan's Japanese name. I only know this because of my partner, by the way. Krogan's Japanese name is Gregu. And so, I call him Greg, just like my partner. Because that is its name, Greg. And that is what he shall always be known as, is Greg. To be fair, Krogan does look like a Greg. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, just, it looks like a Greg. And so I'll just always call it Greg. Because of her. She like rewired my brain to call it Greg and only Greg. But yeah, I don't know, I love him. I love Gregu. I feel like, thanks, Gregs. Oh, you know what I just realized? You know what, that makes sense. That makes a lot. I forgot to turn on my fan. I was wondering why I could still hear it behind me. You can probably hear it on my mic too. Whoopsie. Actually, does it sound that bad on my mic? Probably. Cause I just realized I didn't feel a wind to my right, and I kinda just started to stream without turning on my fan. Then I'll turn it off for the last hour just to like compare, I guess. You don't hear nothing? I'll still turn it off. Cause everyone complains about it whenever like it's on. And that's why I was surprised no one was complaining about it even though my fan's on. But I'm still gonna turn it off. Oh my god, Gen 4 is so slow. I got off my chair, I got back to turn on my... Like, I got on my chair to turn on my fan, I got back, and that's when the battle ended. Oh my god, this shit's so slow. Reg. Oh, it's the one with the sign. I see. Okay, no, that makes sense. You know, they aren't smart. Oh, but there's an item there. Yeah, I turned up my fan. Now, can you hear a difference? I don't know if you can. I don't know if there is a difference anymore. I don't know if my filters got too good or what. Maybe they did, I don't know. I need to change my Pokemon, I've been forgetting. No, bring back Greg. That's not Greg. That's a bitch. I hate this vid. I actually hate Stunky so much. And I also hate its evolution. I just hate everything about this Pokemon. I don't know, I just think it's so ugly. Like, its face looks like a butt, like, it's bad, I hate it. I hate Stunky so much. Is that just me? Any other Stunky haters in chat? I don't know. Croagunk. Okay, now that's Greg. It's fighting? Oh yeah, fighting. Duh. Duh, I forgot fighting's weak to flying for some fucking reason. Duh. I don't know why, but duh. Thanks, Gregu. I'm gonna pronounce it the Japanese way the entire time. I don't know, I'm so Nihongo Joku. But actually, because I'm saying it the correct way. Yeah, saying Glameow. Okay, I think I just realized I hate all of Team Galactic's Pokemon. I think that's just it. Cause I hate Glameow, I hate Pure Ugly, I hate Skunky, I hate its evolution. I think the only one I like is Croagunk. Gregu. Actually, no, Zubat too, right. But then they're gonna turn to Golbats, and I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I only have one antidote. I need to get more. But yeah, I don't know. Can I use... Oh wait, no. Why'd I do that? I already forgot the item was right there. Until I saw it. X special. But yeah, I don't know. Greg is just chill, I don't know. He has aura. Like, you see that smile? Like, I don't know. He just has aura. Like, if I didn't choose a fighting type already, I would've chose Greg. But I already did that, so like, I don't know. I feel like you can't understand Galactic Grand Designs, can't think of it, I don't even know what's going on. Okay, bro. 2 items. Definitely the coolest Greg I've ever seen, yeah. He just chill, I don't know. He just so chill. I love him. One of these days I will do a Pokemon, like, rating. It'll either be Smash or Pass, or it'll just be like a regular like Pokemon rating. But I want to do it after I beat Sun and Moon though, because after that I would have beaten every mainline Pokemon game. I need a Switch. That's why. Why aren't Psychic types weak to flying? Because some people are afraid of flying. Lol. I don't know. What? What is... I've never seen an AI do that. I've never seen an AI... What? Oh my god. What is wrong with you? Go away. The crazy thing is, I think if we didn't do that, like, I wouldn't have, like, almost died. That is insane. What is wrong with you? Oh, and I had to heal because the boss is right there. Okay, bro. I'll be right back, bro. And I was close to... Yeah, like, I've never seen the AI do that. That is insane. I didn't even know they could do that. That's actually crazy. That's, I don't know. I'm never gonna get over that. What if I do that to the boss? I think that'd be hilarious. I think it'd actually be hilarious. I should put Shell away, because I'm never gonna use Shell. I kinda just caught it because I like Shellios. That's the only reason why I have it. But Shell's not part of this team. Like, Shell's doing nothing right now. I know who my water type's gonna be, and like, some of you will hate it, some of you will make jokes about it, but like, that's not why I want it. I just want it because it's a good water type, but you know. And I'm not gonna say what it is. Because once I say what it is, like, everyone's gonna like, call me a word. But like, that's really not why I want it. I want it because it's a good water type Pokemon. I actually hate that meme, by the way. Yes, I'm gonna make post. Where's the sign? I didn't do the sign. You know, I didn't even read the sign. I was about to ask too. Where is it? Let's make progress together, Team Galactic. Okay. I should probably read the sign. It's probably like good for lore or something. And I should just question not and follow this path to road to success. I see. I see. I see. Why did it take so long just to get 2 gym badges, by the way? I just realized this. What the hell? Oh, what did I do? I did nothing. Fuck you. Why is it taking so long to save? Oh my god. I thought Gen 3 was slow. This shit doesn't compare. What's it with this Galactic? Why did they take our Pokemon? What are they trying to accomplish? They want to kill you, bro. I'm gonna get this item before I fight you. Upgrade. Whoa. Also, might be too happy yet, I don't know. Did you want something? How's something me to even ask? Want to free the Pokemon? Fine, I, Jupiter, will deal with you. Also, I don't know if any of you have read the Diamond Pearl Platinum manga, but I used to have that manga, actually. And the only thing I really remember about it was one of the Team Galactic people, like, the joke was he was just a guy with, like, a big jiggly ass. Like, that was just a joke. I don't know why that was in a Pokemon manga. But, yeah. And, like, if you get the manga, you can, like, literally see that I'm not joking about this. But I don't know why that was there. It's, I don't know, it's kinda crazy. I also read the yellow manga, actually. The one with the Dodrio. But yeah, this shit kinda funny. I don't know. I don't know, like... Pokemon and, like, Nintendo before they got, like, more corporate is so fucking funny. Like, I don't know. How it's gonna take a bite out of this child. I probably should have kept my thing, but whatever. I will sacrifice. I will die now. No, this bitch is a sacrifice. Actually, I probably should have stun sport, but whatever. Yeah, see, good sacrifice, good sacrifice. Yeah. This isn't Nuzlocke? No, this is my first time playing this fucking game. So I don't know what I'm doing. Actually, wait. Right, because you're both poison. So you can't even get poisoned. You can't do this, though. Oh, wait, you might die, though. Immediately. Oh my god, you didn't... No, are you serious? I'm already missing everything. Not to move to level 2. Yeah, I'm not using that bitch. My luck's so bad. I don't know why. I should've just used this. Actually, this is my hydrogen bomb. I don't know why I didn't just use it. But I didn't. Man, that does nothing to me. Oh, right, because I'm fighting. Yeah, this is my hydrogen bomb. I don't know why I just didn't use this. I tried using my other Pokemon. And I was like, I don't want to use just this one. And then whatever. Whoa, that's my birthday. I got my birthday experience. You know, that's funny. That's literally what I said. I said he was here for moral support. Alright, you can tell me it's okay though. Our official Pokemon statue investigation is finished. Mars is collecting energy for the Valley Woodworks. I love HM internship. He's an indentured servant. For pretty much finished here, I'll let you in on one little thing. Our boss is researching the list of ancient Pokemon with the power of mythical Pokemon who will become the ruler of Sinnoh. I should just to keep out of Team Galactic's affairs for now on. This is your last warning. I got my Clefairy back and it's all thanks to you. But that Team Galactic. They said Clefairy came from space, handed over. Their logic baffles me still. It's like they're from space. Anyways, they're gone now. Thank you very much. I can't think of enough right now, but cruise by my cycle shop, okay? I don't want to, you're bald. I don't trust bald people. He has like a very big bald spot on his head. I don't trust that. Like, if you're a good person, why would you be bald, you know? Like, what would that happen to you? I don't understand. That's why I don't trust bald people. And that's why I never will. Thanks for the food. My logic makes sense, right? A life happened. Like, right? I don't know. I think my logic makes sense. I don't think there's anything wrong with my logic. I think it's correct. What are you doing? Oh, there you are. I was looking for you. I got something nice. I wanted to have this Pokemon egg, I guess. Yippee! This Pokemon inside the egg is happy too, I'm sure of it. Keep that egg between your party of Pokemon. Wait, this Togepi? I'm pretty sure it's Togepi, right? I remember it being Togepi, if BDSP is actually accurate. BDSP actually sucks as a game, you know? I played that one. So I remember some of this. Not all of it, though. So, I guess technically I have played this game, if you count me playing BDSP as me playing this game. But yeah. How do I... Why does it make, like, a sound? Register. Yay. It makes, like, a rock sound. I don't know why. Oh my god, I can go faster on the bike! That's crazy! Okay, I'm guessing I go this way then. What's down here, actually? I didn't go in here. I didn't go in there. Did I? I don't remember. I go and get here. Turn again to be along in the honor of ancient Pokemon, though many things have changed, but as important as not, I hope it remains the way forever. I want to load up my BDSP save, actually, because I think that was my first Pokemon game. And I want to see the team I came up with, because I'll probably call myself a fucking idiot. Because, oh my god. I think that shit would be so funny to see. I kinda want to boot it up and see. Xingling! Wow. Actually, I'm gonna run. I wanna switch my Pokemon. Cause now you're underleveled. But yeah, I think it'd be so funny to see. Oh. I can get Meditite and Medicham. I mean... No. No. Actually, this won't kill. Oh my god, Sao Paulo. Why? Why do you have to be, like, a friendship Evo and evolve during the day? Why does this have to happen to you? I swear. Oh right, you're poison. That's why it's super effective against you. Are you serious? What did that do? I don't know what that did. But yeah, I don't know why it's... I mean, Rosemary's like such a good Pokemon, maybe that's why, but still. It sucks. It sucks so much. Oh, that's what it... Right, I remember what it does. Vibe kinda sucks, huh? Well, you're dead now. Such a long battle for no experience. I should not fight you anymore. And I should probably use my repels. Oh my god, a Zubat. I might get it. It's not gonna be part of the team, but I might just catch it because it's a Zubat. Actually, no, I'm running by. Bro. Yeah, I should use my repels, I don't know. That's what it's telling me. Okay, no, I think Sao Paulo got this against the Badoo. I think Sao Paulo got this. I don't know what their friendship is. I don't know how happy they are. But they could be pretty happy, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, they keep healing. And that does up friendship. Or happiness, whatever. So yeah. They could. They could be really happy, I don't know. I just hate that this is your only attacking move. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. I didn't mean to do that. It's fine. Have a Pokemon don't scare again. I love that Pokeball. That white Pokeball. Oh, finally. Okay, I wanted to make sure that was me. Like, why just song a yodel? It's so stupid. I've been avoiding Twitter all day. Cause, Deltarune. I don't want Deltarune spoilers. I feel like I'm still gonna get spoiled though somehow, some way. I can't play Deltarune until Tuesday, which kind of sucks. But you know, I brought this upon myself for not streaming. It's kind of my fault, actually. It's very much my fault, actually. But yeah, it kind of sucks. Actually, yeah, if I streamed on Tuesday when I said I was going to, I would have beat Wind Waker and I would have played Delta. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. That kind of sucks. And then this would have been the second part of Platinum. Whoa! And I could have gotten more Pokemon. Whoa! Yeah, funny how that works out, huh? If I stream the game, I play the game more. That's crazy. That's such a crazy concept. Why would you tell me this? I don't know why you would tell me this. Why are so many people fighting me? Just stop. You're a bird. I don't have flying type weaknesses. Actually, do I? No, I don't. I have things weak to flying type, that's it. Thanks for the head pat. Actually, Togepi might be a good Pokemon to have for a while. Yeah, I don't have my electric type yet. So that's Solaria from... Good night, so that's Solaria from twitch.tv/Solaria. Oh, good night, Larry. You're going to bed early. What the hell? What the helly? Why is everyone going to bed early lately? It's kind of weird. You gotta wake up early for Mother. Oh, that makes sense. Oh yeah, by the way, did like Brazilians get kidnapped by the aliens? Or whatever was supposed to happen? Did that happen? I forgot what was supposed to happen. Did that happen? What do you think? I'm gonna guess it did. I think that would have been cool. That would have been a cool halftime show. Yeah, they should do that next year. I think. What did it What? 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 Could have been cool though, yeah. It would have been cool. Bro's doing nothing to me, just being annoying. He's just wasting my time. This is why I had to kill in one hit. This is what happens, Beijing. Now you know. Ouch. Kitty kill. Oh, you woke up, thank you. Okay, let me see who I wanted on my team, because it was people. And I remember 3 of them. I don't remember most of them. Oh yeah. So I only got 3 of them. Okay, so that one's ended the game. That one, I know the city in. And that one, I still can't get. That's insane. I need cut for it, though, but I haven't gone to the place where I need to get it, so... Yeah, whatever. Wait, hang on, let me make sure. I looked at so many times, but I still don't know. Oh yeah, I need surf for him. Wait, I need surf for it? That's kinda insane. I don't know when I'm gonna get surf. Wait, I'm in Mount Coronet? Oh my god, I know this place. I know this place. I've been here many- I can't do anything here. What the hell? I can fight this Geodude, I guess. Grrr. Grrr. Yeah, I can't do anything. Okay, bye. This was useless. Where do I go now then? No! Oh my god, thank you. Yeah, where did I go now then? Cause I can't go there. Obviously. I thought I could, but I couldn't. I'm guessing I just backtrack then, but I don't know where. It's gonna take me like so long to find out where I have to go. Oh, this is gonna suck. Hello, where do I go? I don't remember this part of the game. You think I do? You think I remember anything? Last time I played BDSP was when it came out, like, bruh. I don't remember shit. I wish I did. But I don't. To be fair. Oh, here we go. Why would I remember BDSP, you know? Why would I want to remember that shitty game? I don't know, like, what do you want from me, you know? Why would you want me to do this? Like, what did I do to you to make you want to do that to me? You know? What am I saying? I don't know what I'm saying. Silver powder, they call that cocaine where I'm from, but you know. Oh, and sleep talk, that's what you do when you have cocaine. Yeah. I'm just gonna guess I go here. Because I actually don't know. But I'm guessing it's here. Route 205? Okay, yeah, I'm back here. Yeah, do I just like... what do I... no? Do I... what the fuck? Do I go? Oh, I guess I do just go down there. Huh. Oh, right, because that's just like back there and yeah. Yeah, that's probably why they gave me the bike. So I can do all this quick. Okay, now I'm back here. Bruh. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Just to fight a level 10 Chinks? Like, bruh. I hate Chinks. I hate Chinks so much. I hate that guy. That guy deserves to go away. This guy does not deserve to be in a game. Sorry, I just have PTSD from using Shinx, I think. Should I just look it up? I don't know, because I feel like I'm lost. I thought I had to backtrack, but I didn't have backtracking too much. And let's like go in here. Was there a way to use cut here? Or was there a place to use cut here? No. Yeah, I feel like I backtracked too much. Oh. Might have to. Okay, I think I backtracked too much. I think I backtracked too much. Bruh. It sucks I don't know how to look at the map. That's also what sucks. Because I don't think it's like other Pokemon games. Like how I look at the map. Because, hang on. Where? Oh, it is. I see it. Okay. That's Eternal City. That's that. Artome. Celestic Town. But that's where I was there. Astora, Solaceon, Bellstone, that. Resort, Battle Frontier. That. Like, does it just want me to go back to Jubilife? I don't understand. I mean, I guess I could try to go down here. And in there. Because I did try to do that. So I guess I could do that. Oh no. Oh no. No, I do it. God, I always get in a random encounter. There's a patch of grass, I will always get in a random encounter. That will happen. I don't know why. It just will happen. I hate it, and it'll happen. Get me away. Get me away. I'm gonna go here. I'm going here. I'm going here. Where's the city? Cause I'm going there. At least I got these items, but still, bro, I hate it. I can't even get the Pokemon I want anyway. Okay, yeah, there we go. I'm here. Yeah, bye. Okay, I guess I go here. Oh yeah, because it's a cycling road. Okay. Yeah, you know what? That makes sense. that makes a lot of sense. I don't know where I go after this. I don't know where I want to, where it's making me go, but Pikachu. You know what sucks? I'm not gonna be able to get a ground type Pokemon until the end of the game. I didn't even tell what ground type I'm going with. If you played this game before. Like, I think you know. And it kinda sucks. To be fair, ground types aren't good until the end of the game because of fucking Earthquake. But still. It kinda sucks. To be fair, I could just catch one. Wait, no, because the only one I saw was a Geodude. I can't do that. Right, I can't use them. Whatever, bruh. Whatever, bruh. What do you want me to do? Just suffer and die, that's what you want me to do. Whatever, bruh. Why is everything I know weak to flying? I don't have things that are good against flying yet. Oh, what the fuck? You know what, fuck you. Get to New York. I don't care anymore. Wait, do you not have Intimidate? That's insane. Alright, we're gonna see which is better, I guess. Bruh. Oh, they're gonna win. Wait a minute, mine's better. Wait a minute, mine's better. Why is mine better? Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, you're so cringe. You're actually so cringe. That was my plan. What the hell? Wait, that means you can just buff up. If you get hurt, you just use Endeavored. Oh my god. I meant to heal, but whatever. Whatever, bro. I didn't realize I could just do that. Wait. That's insane. You know, I have nothing good against fire either, actually. I just realized. Huh. I'm playing this game on hard mode right now. I got nothing good against electric, flying, or fire. I also have nothing good against psychic. What else? That's it, right? Yeah. I guess that could be it. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that could be it. I don't know. Please high roll again. No. I low rolled. Brother. It sucks. Just die. I don't fucking care. Like, at least they're leveling up. I guess that's all I can really say. At least all my Pokemon are leveling up. I don't know if you're close to evolving. I didn't even press down! That was my... What? That was my controller doing that. I never pressed down! Oh my god, that's insane. My controller wants me to lose so bad. Like, I swear to you, I never pressed down. That's insane that that happened. Why did that happen? What the fuck? What the fuck? Grr. Oh my god, fighting these guys just sucks. Cause I can only use, like, I can only really use my own flying type against it, cause, yeah, you're just weak to this. Like, you die. Hopefully you one-shot them. Yes. Yes. Murder her. Murder. Damn, maybe I should have gone Shinx just for that electric move, you know? Though they would have stolen experience from everyone else, so that would have been bad actually. I don't know. At least this is working. At least this shit working. Where's my shit? I need water. I got water. Oh my god. I don't know why, whenever I stream I just feel sick. Like, my nose just starts to get, like, really stuffy. I don't know why. It's kind of weird. But whatever. Oh my god, why is everyone actually weak to you? It sucks. Get up, New York. I think you evolved really fast. I think you're actually, like, close to evolving, actually. Actually, yeah, New York might be the first one to fully evolve. Which is insane. I'm not that insane, but still insane. Ouch. Insane. Why just Starly kicking my ass? What did Starly ever do to me? Why is it my Starly that good? Do you have a Staravia, bro? Sure. Even though you're weak to it. This can go really good or really bad. I don't know which one. It'll be one of the two. Oh my god. No. No, it's gonna go really bad. Let's say Hyrule get a crit, please. Oh my god. Yes. Give me. Bam. I don't know what that is. Normal, what does do? Attack that hits while using. Oh. Yeah, get rid of this shit, bro. I don't care. I really don't care. It should probably be so much better. Let me leave. Do I really fight this guy? Do I really fight this guy? Wait, I'm never fighting me. Okay, you fought me. Why aren't the other people fighting me? I don't understand. Please don't have anything bad. Okay, you have something bad. Why do you have something bad? I don't understand. Like, what's your issue, bro? I don't understand. Cause if I use Flame Wheel against you, like, you know, yeah, like, if I did that against you, like, it wouldn't do that much, you know? But whatever. You know what? Whatever. I'm using this shit. I hate this guy. Like, why does it do so much? Why do you always get crits? Why can't I get crits? Like, bruh. And then look. And then look. Then now I won't kill. I high rolled once, now I won't kill. See, I told you. Oh, and now you're using this thing that can pinch me. Yeah, fuck you, buddy. See, this is what I mean. That's what I mean. And then Shinx. You know what? Sao Paulo and I can do something. Now you can be cool. Actually, I wanna know if it's this generation where this happens. Actually, this is still grass type, so. Are you serious? Why? Why you keep missing? Why you keep missing? I've only used this move 2 times and he missed. Okay, now I use it 3 times and now you missed again. I'm gonna use it until you fucking... I don't care if you die, I'm gonna use it. Okay, well now you're just dead, like... Who do you help now? Why do you keep missing? You're... Bruh. I swear. Okay, thank you. Hello. Oh my god, that sucked. Is that my defense? Oh, it is. Okay, well... Your model's beautiful, thank you. The person who rigged it, rated me earlier, actually. They're gone now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, I can bring it back. I can bring it back. All it took was me missing a move like 3 times. Yes, all it took was me missing a move 3 times. So you're playing the best Pokemon game ever? Yeah, for the first time. I don't know what I'm doing. Bruh. This is gonna kill me. I'm dead. I'm not. Why am I paralyzed? Oh my god. Play Gen 4 Game 4? I played BDSP. And that was when it came out, and I don't remember it, and that was the first time I ever played a Pokemon game too, I think. So, yeah. I don't remember anything. I seen on the map, kinda. I don't know if I do. Oh, wait, what? Okay. Oh, your bones. Yeah, I am. I don't remember anything about that game. I remember I played it, and I thought it was kind of bad, even though that was my first time playing a Pokemon game. Because I wanted to play Pokemon for so long, and I just never did. And yeah. Did you beat BDSP? Yeah, I beat it. And then I never played it again. I want to see my BDSP team though. It'll probably be very bad. Okay, what do you really for? It'll be easier. That's good at least. I guess. No, I still don't have my team, which sucks. I still need like 3 Pokemon. But I think 2 of them I won't get until the end of the game. 1 of them I'll get soon. Which really sucks, so yeah, whatever. It's fine though. Like they're kicking my ass in BDSP. Really? Actually, yeah, I think I had a hard time with BDSP too. But again, I think that was just mainly because it was my first Pokemon game, so I didn't know what I was doing at all. And my cousin played Pokemon professionally for a bit, struggled? Really? Oh my god. Yeah, like I said, that was my first Pokemon game. My first Pokemon game was either that or Arceus, I don't remember, because I kind of got them around the same time. And yeah. So I've only ever played the Switch ones, and then this year I decided I'm just gonna play all the old Pokemon games that I'd never played before. And so I started with Fire Red. I beat Fire Red. I beat all the Pokemon games that I streamed. So yeah. So I played Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Emerald. And I'm doing Emerald. What am I saying? Now I'm doing Platinum. I get so much better, yeah. I'm older than this game, but I just never played it. I don't know why I never played it. Like, I didn't grow up playing Pokemon as a kid, even though, like, it would have been something I'd be into. I just never played it. Like, I never asked for Pokemon. I think I wanted Black and White as a child growing up, because I remember, like, actually wanting that game. But I never got it, because I would only play, like, Mario and Zelda, and that's it. And so, yeah. That's all I was able to play. No Pokemon for me, until now. So I'm kinda like, I don't know, living like the childhood that I never had by playing these games. Oh, you're gonna block my way. Oh. Why, we're not that good at games, am I? Really? Everyone glazes Black and White. Everyone says like Black and White's like the best Pokemon games ever. I don't know. But I guess I'll see. The only thing I hate about Gen 4 is how slow it is. I thought Gen 2 was slow, this shit's slower. Somehow this shit's slower. I don't like them because they reset the whole Pokedex. I feel like that's a good thing though, because I mean, in my opinion, like having like four generations was Gen 1 Pokemon, Gen 1 and 2 Pokemon that you just see constantly, I don't know. It kinda gets old. So I understand why they did it. The evolution levels though, I've heard that they were bad. And I've seen some of them. Because my favorite Pokemon, one of my favorite Pokemon is Chandelier. And I know what level it evolves at too. And so, yeah. You know. That's gonna be horrible. Because I will want to catch a Chandelier. But that's gonna be horrible. I don't even know if I'm going the right way. But that's gonna be horrible. What? Rickatoon. No. This is a legendary boss at level 64. Have you been having fun with this game? I am. I can't move. My controller sucks. But yeah, I'm having fun with it. Oh, I can't do this. Because my luck is bad. I don't know where it is. Is it? No. Berries, no. Mail. Battle. Is it battle item? No, okay, then it's item. I found it, okay. But yeah. Like, I love Chandelure. Chandelure's one of my favorite Pokemon, and I will want to catch one, and it kind of sucks for me, because... Oh my god. The level it evolves at. To be fair, I don't know, though. Because the game's pretty long, right? To make up for it. Like, it's an actual, like... real, like, RPG. I mean, I guess this one is, too. This is, like, when I kind of started caring about the story. I am Pokemon game. Yeah, I'm having fun with this Pokemon game. I love this Pokemon game. This Pokemon game is cool. What is this team? Oh my god, bruh. Yeah, sure, why not? No, do it, please. I just spamming, I don't know why. I think you could kill the Pachirisu. Oh wait, you're weak to the Pachirisu. Oh my god. No matter what, someone would've gotten fucked. Okay, at least you don't get completely fucked. Yeah, I'm just more scared of Pachirisu. I'm just gonna try and kill it. That is that. I should have caught more Pokemon. I should have kept the Shelios that I had. Actually, no, that was also weak. Whatever. I still should have kept it. I kinda just put on a Pokemon I wasn't planning to use in the box that I caught. Because I still wanted to catch them, even if I wasn't gonna use them. And, I don't know, I kinda just play Pokemon like that, where I don't, I only catch the Pokemon that I want to use and keep them in my party. And the other ones, I just kinda like, put them in a box. And that's all I do. Oh, that's kinda bad, actually. Oh, whatever. Oh wait, no, Taunt is attacking moves, right? I forgot. Whoopsie. I mean, yeah, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. This is completely fine. And I don't know why I play Pokemon like that, I just do. I just kinda keep them like that. Even if I shouldn't, I keep them like that. Are you gonna fight me? You are. Oh my god. Everyone wants me. I'm just trying to get to the next city. I don't know where it is. I don't know where I'm going. I just try to get there. And, everyone killing me. Because everyone want me. I just want to get to the next city for a Pokemon Center. But oh my god. I need a rock type. Not a rock type. I need a water type. Like, I am feeling the water type dip so bad. Actually. I need one so bad. That's an electric type, and a ground type, and then I'll be set. That's all I need. No. Wait. Wait, I know how to use. I know how to use for this. You're running out of PP, I can't use you anymore. I need to save you. But I know who I can use for this. Kill him. This won't do any damage, actually. Yep. Whatever. Oh. Whatever. I got crit, are you serious? Oh, why is my luck so bad? Whatever, you're dead. Yippee! Oh, hello. Wait, don't fight me. Please don't fight me. How'd your Pokédex come along? I'm also doing great, I wish, but that's not important. Lately, I've been experimenting with a couple new tools. I'll share it. You choose a hand. Left. Want the versus? Oh, okay. Yippee. I just chose it because I'm left-handed. I don't know. What about Pokédex? Do you have one? Yes, you do. You can have this too then. Reserve for all your... Oh. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. But, okay, you know what? This tells me that this is where I had to go. Thank you for that. I now know where I had to go, I think. Oh, what the fuck? What are you doing here? According to one theory about Coronet is where the Sinnoh region began. Are you telling me this in the created world? A world where only time flowed and space expanded. There should have been no strife. But what became of that world? Because the human spirit is weak and incomplete, strife has spread. This world is being ruined by it. I find the state of affairs to be deplorable. Oh, bye, Cyrus. I love you. I think you're such a cool character. It really wants me to get a Medicham. I don't know why. I honestly don't know why. No. Wait, I forgot you're weak to this now. Why do you want me to get a Medicham so bad? I already have a cool thing, maybe. fighting. Yeah. Please don't die, 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 please don't die. I just realized how low you were at. You know what? You'll one-shot them, kill them. Yeah. Yeah, see, I told you. I do it. I had faith. And then they won. You see, that's what the Pokemon anime teaches you to do. Have faith in your Pokemon. And I did. Okay, where am I? Because I feel like I should be close. Oh, I am. Fine. You're like doing things to me that I don't like. But whatever. Like Sao Paulo needs experience, but whatever. Why'd I make the same cities? Am I stupid? Actually, I know why. But I'm stupid. Oh my god, I'm so glad I saved Absorb or Mega Drain. I'm so glad I saved that. Oh, that did nothing, okay. I was scared. I don't know how powerful Badoo is, you know? I should have realized how powerful Badoo is. Yeah, you see how powerful this tiny little thing is? Like, I should have realized. I don't know why I didn't realize. Okay, well, you I can kill easily. Karate might as well pulverize you. Okay, Ryu. I just wish I had all the Pokemon I wanted. But then, like, I don't know. They're gonna take forever to level up and evolve and stuff. I don't know. It's gonna suck. What are you doing to me? Stop identifying New York. You know what New York is. Bruh. Okay, you need to be higher level. But bruh. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, cause now New York's my lowest level Pokemon. You know, besides the guy I shouldn't talk about. You know, but whatever. Why are there so many of you? Just get out of here. How do you just want to bully a child? I don't know why. Actually, just get out of here. I hate you. I only had 2 Mega Drains left, by the way. So this kind of sucks. Because if they harden, yeah, this is it. Okay. Oh, I can't even use that anymore. Are you serious? Are you actually fucking serious? You blocked me from escaping. I just paralyzed you because I can't do anything. Like, what is wrong with you? Do I even have a PP thing? I don't even know if I have ethers. Hang on. I don't. Gross. Gross. I literally can't do anything. I can't do anything until he decides to kill me. This fucking sucks. What are you doing? Can I? Please! Please! Please, just let me! Why? Oh my god. Gross. Can you actually, like, stop? Just kill me! Please, that's all you can do! Oh my god! Bro, it is getting hard. Thank you! You're so fucking weak, actually. In the water. Thank you, water.
Let's get a good stretch.
Thanks for the stretch. Bro! Stop missing! You know, it sucks that you have to die because I need your friendship. And this lowers friendship. But whatever, at least you can die now. Also, the paralyzer didn't work at all. I just realized. Whatever, bro, get out of here. At least they're dead. I hate him. I want him gone. I think I have a revive, but whatever. Oh, now I find it easier. Okay, buddy. This game just hates me, I think. I think that's it. I think this game just hates me. Don't fight me. Okay, well, someone else fought me. Whatever. And this stupid fucking Bidoof. This stupid fucking Bidoof. Get out of here. Can anyone answer why Gen 4 is so fucking slow? Like, I wanna know why Gen 4 is so fucking slow, cause I don't know why Gen 4 is so fucking slow. But it just is. Pluck. It just do me, you know. Kidnap. Or pineapple, whatever. Raz. What is this? Heal me, please. Everyone seems to call me the Berry Master. I hand out berries daily because I want people to learn how wonderful they are. You're deserving of one. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Berry Master. I don't want to talk to you. Okay, thank you, bye. I don't care about your family. Actually, maybe I do. I don't know if they'll give you something. Are you the forgetful type who forgets where berries are found? No. Oh, is that so? Then you're okay even if I don't give you this. Oh, give me that night stick. Berry searcher. Thank you. Okay, I knew it. Oh, I didn't want to buy that, but you know, thank you. Whatever, I guess. Why? 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 Get out of here. I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to be a Pokemon trainer. Mime Jr. I don't want to be a Pokemon trainer. I can't even use it even though you died, bro. Oh my god. All I want to be is something else. Oh my god, what's wrong with you? Okay, that does nothing, but what's wrong with you? Don't slap the bird. Yeah, that's what happens if you slap the bird. Are you gonna? Okay, well, That sucks for you, I guess, because you're dead. Bye. I can't believe we didn't one-shot you. If I was one more level, I would have one-shot you too, is this thing. Is Bonzi rock type? I'm pretty sure Bonzi's rock type, right? Not grass. I mean, it's still... Oh yeah, it is. God damn, I hate Bonzi and Sudowoodo, because I always think they're rock type, or not rock type, I always think they're grass type, but they're rock type. Ouch. That did nothing. Die. Yeah, see the rock type. Oh yeah, you have rock type. Okay, well, whatever. Die! I hate Bonzi, I don't know. They would just confuse me. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't care. Get out of here. Just let me into the city. Oh? Oh. And that the woman was talking to me because I was right in front of her when this happened. What do I name this bitch? What do I name this bitch? I'm stretching. What do I name this bitch? I'll name it this. I'll name it this. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good name. Oh my god, I'm here. I'm finally here. Oh my god, a Baneri. And I'm gonna say you happen to be there. If it weren't for you, who knows how far my own Baneri would have won. When you get back to your Pokemon, you go. Bye. Be sure to drop by the contest hall so I can thank you properly. Okay. Where's the Pokemon Center? This isn't the Pokemon Center. Where's the Pokemon Center? Where's the Pokemon Center? I need to buy Revise, actually. Where's the Pokemon Center? That's already my idea. Mine's just going to be Double Egg. And both are the same idea. Wait, can I not buy Revives? I can't? Oh my god, no wonder I never got any. I was like, that doesn't sound like me. I should have got some. But that makes sense. I'm going in this house. What's your name? My advice, yeah, whatever. Alright, this game has so many fucking minigames in it. Yeah, because I can't even do them. I don't know if I can my Poppins with friends. Well. Yeah, I forgot how many minigames this game had. Okay, that's a dark foreboding castle thing. Oh, there's the Pokemon Center. You're a trainer, that means you're using Pokemon boxes. I love meeting it. So, what's that assumption? Alright, sorry, I go over to my mouse again. My name's Bebe. You know the PC Pokemon boxes? I'm the system administrator. I know it's out of the blue, but do you want to? Yes! That Eevee I got from a good friend in Johto who had a whole lot of time. He knows how many Eevee he's raised over the years. So it doesn't mean anything to you. Please be good to it. I'm gonna rename this. Even though that. Oh, wait, I can. I was gonna say, even though it's illegal to rename it. But no, it's not now. Well, this specific one. Alright, here's Seattle. The fourth member of the team. Wait, will I be able to evolve it? I don't fucking know. But yeah, there you go. I'll probably play the mining minigame off stream and get a water stone, and then, yeah. You know, that's probably what I'll do. Because I think that's how you get the stones. So I'll probably do that and then evolve it immediately off stream. But when not off stream, I'll save it for on stream. I'll just evolve it at the start of the stream. The next stream. Yeah. But I'm gonna save right now. Cause it's been a while. And also, because I'm going over here, it's been so long since I ended, but yeah, I'm ending. Oh my god. Thank you all for coming to the stream, actually. But yeah. Let's see. What's tomorrow? Thursday? No stream, because tomorrow is Thursday. What else? Friday, I'm gonna finish Wind Waker. Saturday, I might stream. If I do stream, it'll be horror games. If I don't, I don't. And then Sunday, more Pokemon. But yeah, let me see if I can raid anyone. I probably will not be able to. I want to see if anyone is playing Platinum. Probably not. But, you know, that could be through playing Platinum. I can't speak. Like, you never know. There might be someone playing Platinum for some reason. I don't know why. But there might be someone playing Platinum. Not really. Yeah, not really. Actually, wait, I found one. Somehow I found one. Yeah, I guess I'll raid them. Because they're doing... I don't know if this is their first playthrough of Platinum, but they're playing Platinum, so... Whatever. There you go. I will do that. And then I will end. My Twitch is kind of glitching out, and I can't see anything. But... yeah. Do that. And yeah. Goodbye. When the fuck did I drop frames? Whatever.